Apparently I'm live, but YouTube right away says an error occurred. Please try again later. So I might not be live. Find out in a few seconds. All right. Okay, I think I am live. I don't know what's going on with YouTube, but YouTube says I'm not live, but on my other window it looks like I'm live, so I don't know. Alright, cool. Codeman says I'm live. Alright. Looks like I'm live. Can you guys hear me? Can you guys see me? Hello, hello, everyone. I presume you guys can hear me because you're all saying I'm live. Well, I'm so loud I can hear myself through the headphones of the other computer. Let me turn that down. Alright. Okay, cool. It occurred to me that the last live stream I did, a few of the menus when I was working didn't show up. So I want to see if you guys, I want to know if you guys can see this window here that I just popped up. Because apparently the last time I did one of the live streams, this window wasn't showing up, so I was just babbling what probably appeared to be nonsense to people when I was working in this window here. Alright, it looks like it's showing up on my end. I'm probably not going to be working in this editor much. I'm going to focus mostly on a 3D model today, which is something a certain someone requested I do multiple times over the last few years, so I'm finally modeling a 3D model live. Just for you, person, you know who you are. Although I don't know if they're watching yet. Codeman's already asking, are you going to show us how you did the transition from planet to orbit? That genuinely impressed me. I've never seen anything like that in your work yet. A magician never shows his tricks, but maybe I will. Maybe I will. It's a pretty simple parlor trick that has to do with it was actually the way that whole segment in the level wasn't originally going to be in it. I mean, it kind of was. Originally the idea was that Shears was already down on the planet, the volcano. And his ship was going to start to ascend up into the atmosphere to launch the asteroids with his mass drivers. And basically, you were chasing his ship up into the atmosphere. But then I realized there wasn't an easy way to do that kind of transition because the player would be able to like turn around and it wouldn't work right. So I came up with the idea of, what if he actually fires the asteroids and you have to stop the asteroids before they hit the ground. So, and that kind of solved the problem because the player's kind of forced to like go towards the asteroids and they can't see behind them until they pass the asteroids to do the U-turn. So that solved a technical problem that made that possible within the engine by changing that whole part of the level. Instead of chasing Shears up into the atmosphere, he's already in orbit. Then he fires the asteroids, and I'll go ahead and do a little playthrough of what I've got of the level before I get into the model. And hey, Astaroth is in the chat. Yeah, he pointed out to me last time the event editor wasn't showing up. So it looks like it's showing up this time, so that's good. It looks like I can't move it. Oh, that's why. I have to do that to move it. Derp. I'll just keep it in the top left. That's fine. Also, last time, quite a few of the voice actors for the game showed up in the chat, and I totally missed some of them. Like, Michael Francis, the voice of Slippy, he showed up in the chat. So yeah, I missed a few of the voice actors who showed up last time. I'm sorry, guys. But, yeah, I'll wait for a few more people to funnel in. So much stuff has been happening lately, all gravitating around the Star Fox game here. It's been freaking crazy. Guess I will kind of talk about some of them. One of the things that's happening, the other person involved is actually in the audience, but one of the main things that's happened lately is we kind of got a sponsor out of nowhere. for the Patreon, for all the high tier patrons, we're gonna start offering free little replicas of the different ships from Star Fox Event Horizon. Got some test photos here somewhere. Let me go find them. I'm not gonna spill too many details about it here. I'm gonna do a proper live stream when those are ready. But right here's some photos. So yeah, sometime in the next I don't know, a few weeks, hopefully sooner than that, but sometime in the next few weeks, I'm going to do a proper announcement for this. But I'm working with someone to make a little miniatures of all the ships in Event Horizon, and we got a bunch of different lines planned. These are just the prototypes, Crystal's R-Wing, the Adventure's R-Wing, and a Shark Claw fighter. But we're going to do them in series of 3, and if you're a high-tier patron, you'll get these for free each time, they're finished. And if you're a medium-tier patron, we're looking into discounts, but we don't have all the details completely figured out yet, so I'm going to wait to do a proper announcement on that. But I don't know if he wants to be pointed out, but someone in the audience I'm working with on this, if he wants to be pointed out, he'll raise his hand. But that's been going on for about, I think, 2 weeks now, a week or 2 weeks. It's been going on for a while now, and I'm really excited about that. And then sometime also in the near future, the next plushie is going to be announced or whatever. I'm not sure when exactly that's happening. Estelle is mostly handling that this time. I know the Makeship guy just messaged us today or something, but so the next Christelle plushie, here's the first one, by the way. I don't think I ever showed it on stream. Here's the first one. The second one's coming out, and we took quite a bit of feedback, and the second one is going to look even more like Crystal. We're going to try and do as much as we can and get away with as much as we can without getting sued and without it being exactly 100% like Crystal. So we're pushing the line a little more, making the design look a little bit more like Crystal. But so the second plushie, we're going to do a live stream on that whenever it's ready. I'm not 100% sure when that's going to be completely ready, though. We want it to come out in the summertime, so like June and July, because it's a summer themed plushie. So that's also been in the works. What else has been going on? I also don't know if he wants to be pointed out, but I am officially working with a professional programmer now. Both on Star Fox Event Horizon and my not so secret original IAP. He's been working in the industry since, I think, 2005, so he's even more experienced than me. So I'm really excited about that, and hopefully we'll have something cool to show also in a few weeks, but I'm so busy with Star Fox that I don't know when I don't know when we're gonna show stuff from that. So, although something in this level he got to work, so actually I think I showed it in the Cloud Runner level too, but yeah, I'm officially working with a pretty good programmer on something now, so that's happening also. Yeah, lots of stuff has been happening, and I'm really tired. I don't know if you can see it, but I probably look really tired right now. I didn't sleep much last night, but anyway, is there anything I forgot about what's going on? I think those are the main 3 things I can think of. A bunch of other little things are going on too that aren't necessarily related, but anyway, wow, a bunch of people are messaging me on Discord. Oh, it's just Codeman. Okay. I guess looks like there's quite a bit of an audience, so I guess I'll start. So lately, I have been working on the Volcano Force Point Temple level. It's very incomplete at this point. When I showed the Cloud Runner Fortress level, it was in a closer state to being complete. But this is really, really sparse at the moment, so it'll look a little janky. But this level is turning out really awesome so far. I've posted a few little sneaky clips here and there about some stuff that happens in it. I don't think I'm gonna be working on the specific details of this level in this video, though. I'm gonna be mostly doing a 3D model, but I just wanted to kind of show what's done in this level so far. So I guess I'll just launch the game, and hopefully OBS is actually capturing it. Let me check OBS just to make sure. And OBS won't open up, so let me just open up the other tab over here and see if you guys can see it. Doesn't look like it's showing up, so great. Hang on, guys. Boomer tech moment. Yeah, it's not showing up. Darn it. Alright, let me find out why it's not showing up. Event Horizon, why are you not showing up? Great, we're off to a great start. We're already having technical problems. I can't get the damn game to show up in OBS. So, let me let it load for now. Let me let it load. I'll answer questions while the game's loading. Because while it's loading, I can't Alt-Tab to OBS to do anything. Oh, I think it's done loading. Or not. Yep, there we go. Okay, let me get to the main menu, and then I can Alt-Tab out. Oh, come on. Quality content. I feel like DSP now. There we go. Now I can Alt-Tab. Alright. Let's see. Yeah, it's not... That's weird. It's not even showing up as an option in OBS. That is really weird. Let's see. Capture specific window. Well, I might just jump right into making the model because OBS will not detect, it won't detect the damn game. That is really weird. Let me make a brand new capture. So capture, game capture, capture specific window. There we go. Now it's showing up. Okay, cool. All right, let's see if it actually pops up on OBS now. Can you guys see the actual main menu of the game, or is it still not working? Is this a Boomer Neffy stream or not? Oh my god, OBS, come on. I don't know if it's working. It doesn't look like it's working in the tab, so... Okay, now it looks like it's working. I think the live stream is behind by like 2 minutes. Anyway, I'll wait to see if it pops up on YouTube. There we go. Okay, it's showing on YouTube. It's working now. Sorry about that, guys. OBS was being really stupid, but let me go to the options and lower the volume and everything, because I won't be sidetracked by all the sounds. Sorry, my mic's in the way of the confirm button. Alright, so let's fire up this level, and I'll show you guys... Is the sound better now? I noticed some people are saying it's very loud. I just turned all the volumes down. Is that better? Astaroth, is the volume better now? Let me know if the volume is really loud, and I'll go back and I'll just completely mute all of the... I'll mute everything. Okay, cool, it's better. Yeah, it was really loud on my end, too. Anyway, I'll just let the level load. And I'll check out the chat while it's loading. Someone says the delay seems to be 10 seconds. For me, it's this time it seems like it's much longer than 10 seconds. It seems like it's almost a minute on my end. Hey, T-Pen's in the chat. And Skyfox is in the chat. I'm recognizing quite a few people in the chat today. See, what inspired the direction of retelling Star Fox 64 and Adventures? I'm honestly not 100% certain, but when I did start on this project, it originally was just, it was just after all of the Star Fox games at the time. And I think it was working on my Zelda game, actually, that because my Zelda game was kind of like combining all of the different Zelda games together into kind of like a single game with a through line that went through all the different time periods. And I was working on my Zelda game for a few years, and after a while I thought that might be an interesting idea for Star Fox if I took all the different Star Fox games, kind of combined them, and had a through line going through all the different Star Fox games. So it was probably just from working on the Zelda game that kind of gave me that idea. And I got that idea for the Zelda game because I was just kind of disillusioned by how disconnected all of the Zelda games all felt from each other, and I kind of wanted to do something where they were all kind of combined. So that's probably where that idea came from. Hopefully that answers that question. Still loading, so let's see if I can answer another question. Dragon King says, I got a huge question. What's your huge question? Ask the question before the level's done loading. If you can beat the loading bar. Let's see, how in-depth is the overall storyline of this game? That's up to the audience. I don't know if I can answer that without, like, sounding a bit prideful, so I don't think I'm going to answer that question. Let's see. There's Dragon King's question. By the way, I do have one major question for you. If it's a planned thing or not, you don't have to answer. Like in Star Fox 64 during the Sector Z mission, will you be able to fly into the back of the Great Fox? I originally was planning that to be a feature in every single level, because the Great Fox is in almost every single level, at least during the Lilat Wars. But I couldn't get it to work when I tried years ago, so I made it so if you're very close to the Great Fox, it just slowly repairs your ship. But it's been almost a decade since I attempted that, so maybe I should try again, and I might be able to figure it out, where you can fly into the Great Fox to get repaired. So that's something I would like. I just haven't really thought about recently. It was something I tried years ago and I couldn't get to work. But I might be able to actually get it to work now that I know how the engine works much better 10 years later. See, Jeremy Gaming's asking, any updates on the voiceover work of Event Horizon? I remember you stated in the Patreon server that it has slowed to a crawl. Yes, it's slowed to a crawl. There's several voice actors who are just, they're not able to do, for various reasons, they're not able to voice their characters right now. Some of them are busy with other projects, some of them have real life events going on, so there's several characters, especially in the Lilat Wars, that haven't been able to do their voiceover, so it's basically the voiceovers. Well, I should rephrase that. The actors that are able to do their voices, they still are. So there's still voice work being done for different levels, but I don't have any completed levels with every voice of every character because there's a few key characters that just are not able to do their voices right now, and it's disappointed me, but, you know, that's life, and the voice actors are doing this for free, so there's not really much I can do in that regard. They're doing it out of the goodness of their heart, so I just have to wait until they're available. So it'll probably be a while before the snowball starts rolling again. But so hopefully that answers that question. General Scales just did a bunch of his voices yesterday, though. I don't know if he's in the audience. I haven't seen him yet, but the voice actor for General Scales just did his first lines yesterday. Or was it the day before? It was either the day before or yesterday, and those were pretty awesome. For the Force Point Temple level, when Scales first shows up. So he did his lines. A possible voice actress for the Queen Cloud Runner sent samples to me yesterday also. I haven't decided if she's going to actually voice the Queen Cloud Runner, but she's a candidate, so there's still voice work getting done, but just not like a full level, because I'm just repeating myself now. Alright, so I guess I will show what I've done in this level so far. It's relatively incomplete, so you'll probably notice some parts of it feel a little sparse, but anyway. Alright, hopefully the volume isn't too loud so I get too distracted. And is it going to crash right when I hit start? Nope, there we go. Alright, cool. Alright, I apologize if my commentary kind of goes to zero for a little bit, because it's hard for me to multitask, but... So yeah, on this level, it's basically... I would call it an arena level, where you're basically just fighting a bunch of enemies. Sorry, I'm already getting distracted by all the stuff going on, but if you check out down here, you can see all of the Earthwalkers and... Sharp Claw and Red Eyes all fighting each other down there at the base of the volcano. And then yeah, the goal of the at least the first part of this level is you're trying to lure Scales and his army away from the volcano so that Crystal and Kite can slip into the volcano to destroy all of the spell stones. So for the first part of the level, while they're doing that, you're basically just destroying as many Sharp Claw ships as you can until they get there. So I'll go ahead and destroy a bunch of Sharp Claw ships. Yeah, it's just really hard to multitask. Whoa, shit! That ship just came flying right into me. I think it was destroyed and it was crashing and it like almost crashed right into me. That was really hilarious timing. That was awesome. I'm glad I caught that on camera. That was really cool. Wow. Yeah, that one's crashing. Yeah, you can see all the Earthwalkers down there. There's Tricky and his mom and dad. Oh, it's gonna hit the ground. There we go, hit the ground. And yeah, there's a bunch of Red Eyes and Sharp Claws and Earthwalkers all fighting down there. Anyway, so where's Crystal and Kite? They're almost at the volcano. Yeah, I've only killed one target, so I'm doing a really bad job so far. This part of the level right here is pretty sparse at the moment. Like, I don't have all the dialogue put in. And in a few minutes it's going to end because Crystal's almost at the volcano there. And then when that ends, this whole segment ends and you have to go to the volcano, if you've seen the clips already. But I want to make this part of the level a little more fleshed out, where there's a little bit more that you're doing other than just gunning down every ship in sight. But I put a little more effort into other parts of the level so far, so... Oh, I love that Great Fox. I'm really torn on if I prefer the Adventures design for the Great Fox and the R-Wing or the Assault version. I really like both of them. Love the flat cannons. Oh. And Shears. Alright, so yeah, the Drake Force ship's gonna show up in a second. Oh, he's crashing. I love the ships crashing down to the ground. That's so awesome. It was Astaroth who pointed out to me how to get that to work. So, what, did that ship seriously just fly to the engine? Oh, here comes Drake Force ship. Here, I'll get ready to zoom to the volcano. This next part of the level I've shown on Twitter, so you guys have probably seen it already. I'll start zooming. The ship's chasing me, wonderful. I don't have the music for this part yet. Ben Schroeder's composing a piece of music specifically for this part, but I don't have it in the game yet. The volume's so low that you guys probably wouldn't even be able to hear it right now anyway. But I'm really excited for him to finish that. So I really like this part. I put a lot of work into that exploding volcano. A lot of polygons too to get it to work. Although I need to work on the visual effect there with the ship harvesting from the spell stones. The effect is that's a placeholder effect right there, so keep that in mind. There's good old Dracor. He's invulnerable, so you can't really kill him at this part. Yeah, I don't know why I'm shooting at him. You can't actually kill him during this segment. You have to get Kite into the volcano. Where's Kite? There she is. You have to protect her from ships and stuff while she goes in the volcano to get Crystal. Oh. Yeah, she's already going. That was fast. Alright, she got Crystal. And I gotta destroy the spell stones. Again, this whole part right here is kind of incomplete, so... Dracor just got in the way of the freaking charge shot. He's like, no! Don't destroy the spell stones, and he flew right in front of it as I fired. That was really funny. Yeah, I need to add the explosion effect when you destroy that. I want this whole thing to like explode with a really cool effect, but I haven't added it yet. And I think Shears is coming soon with his asteroids. Yeah, Dracor's still attacking. He's about to retreat now, though, because the Spellstones got all destroyed. Sorry, I really like that ship. It's cool. You're not getting away. I'm going to destroy you. Alright, got it. Alright, cool. Sorry for my lack of commentary. I'm kind of sidetracked. Alright, here comes the asteroids, I think. Yep, I see them firing up there. Some of the ships aren't retreating. You guys should be running away now. Anyway, let me go after the asteroid. It should be targeting in just a second. There we go. I've shown this segment on Twitter too, so some of you guys might have seen this already. Something's... Okay, there was something that wasn't working right there, but it's working fine now. So yeah, this segment also needs to get fleshed out a little bit. At the moment, you're just kind of flying in a straight line at these giant asteroids. I want to add like a bunch of smaller ones that you don't necessarily have to destroy, but kind of like get in the way. And then on the second or third asteroid, I want tons of Sharp Claw fighters kind of following it down to try and stop you from destroying it. So I'm going to flesh out this part a little bit more too. At the moment, you're just flying at 3 static asteroids. But I know Codeman really wants to know how I pulled this off. For now, I'll say I used volumetric nebulas and a bunch of nebula effects to kind of mask some of the things going on in the background that would give away what's going on. And Codeman knows who to thank for that, because there's a certain programmer who got that to work for me in this. I don't know if he wants to be named yet, but... I almost got hit by that one. So now we're a little bit up higher in the atmosphere. There's a second one. I think I'll have, the first asteroid will probably be just by itself. The second one will have a bunch of smaller ones. I think the third one will have a bunch of sharp-clawed craft trying to shoot you down while you're trying to destroy the third asteroid. Because, yeah, I feel like this segment, after you've done it once, it does get kind of boring just doing a straight line to 3 asteroids for 2.5 minutes. And there comes Falco. Yeah, that's so cool. Sorry, I'm completely distracted by this now. I don't even know what to say. Alright, there. And then that is pretty much all I've got done for this level. I'll kind of go over what is going to happen after, because I have the next part set up here, but And then this part of the level is the boss fight, which is basically against Colonel Shears and his little sharp claw fleet. But his fleet doesn't do anything at the moment. It's just a few ships kind of sitting out there doing nothing. But his ship will launch tons of fighter craft, and you'll just slowly pick apart his ship until you destroy it. I think the Great Fox already just took out one of the Sharp Claw ships. But so what I'm going to do today is work on the model for Shears' ship, because this model here that I'm using is from 2009. It's very old. And it really needs to be updated, as I don't know if you guys have the eye I do, but this model really needs to be updated. For 2009, it's a pretty good model, I think. I'm not sure who made it, though. It was one of the modelers on the Shadows of Lilat team, and I think it was Axum, but I'm not 100% certain which one of... I think Peppy and Slippy just crashed into his ship. That was weird. Yeah, this whole part of the level doesn't have any AI or anything, so... I mean, the Great Fox is shooting, but some of the Sharp Claw ships seem to be shooting too, so there's some basic AI, but Slippy and Peppy don't have any... they're being dumb right now, but anyway. I'm not sure who modeled this model for Shadows of Lilat, but it was in the... when they released all of their models for Shadows of Lilat, which is actually what inspired me to actually do this game. They released what they'd finished of Shadows of Lilat and all of their models and stuff, and I played through it, and I realized, wow, like, this engine's really good. I could probably do something with it. And here I am 10.5 years later, but this was one of their work-in-progress models. It was just marked as Zeram 3, so I don't know if it was supposed to be their take on the Zeram cruiser, or like an updated Zeram cruiser, but it had these 3 little drone things that are supposed to orbit around it. So I have a feeling it was supposed to be a boss fight in Shadows of Lilat, and I just thought the ship design was really cool back then, and I told myself I really have to use this for something in Event Horizon, and eventually I decided it was going to be the ship that Shears picked out after he went turncoat. So yeah, the next 1.5 to 2 hours of the stream is going to be me making my version of this model that may or may not have been made by Axum in 2009. If anyone knows which one of the Shadows of Lilat people made this model, let me know, because I'd love to give them proper credit, because it's a pretty cool design. They have a bunch of really cool designs that they made for that game, like the Cornerian. They made a Cornerian bomber that's also in this game. It's really cool. But anyway, so before I fire up Maya, let me check the chat and see what I missed. Codeman says that model still holds up. Codeman, I think you just like old models and stuff. You still say my old Zelda stuff holds up and it looks so bad, but I appreciate that even though it's not my model. I'm sure whoever modeled the Zeram appreciates that. I think it's a really good model for a fan project done in 2009, so it's pretty good, but I want to bring it up to kind of the art style of the models I've done, because I modeled the I'll show it today because I already have it in the the scene that I'm making. But I modeled the original Zeram cruiser, and I want the updated one that Shears has to kind of look like the style of I want it to look like a model I made, is I guess what I'm trying to say. Anyway, let me see. Oh, yeah, the person who's wanted to see me model stuff is in the chat. He knows who he is. I see him in the chat now. All right, let me see. Is there any questions or anything in the chat? Wow, I missed a lot. Holy moly. Sorry, guys, if you asked questions and I missed them. It looks like a lot of people were typing in the chat when I was showing that level. Okay, there's Dragon King's question that I answered, so somewhere around here. See, Ryan King asked, do you plan to jump right into the Assault Asteroid Invasion stuff after the adventure stuff is done, or take a break? I I am going to take a very small break when I finish the last adventures level. I'm still going to be working on stuff, but I'm not going to like hold myself to a schedule probably for like a month or so, because I'm a little bit wiped out and I'm really like on the edge of my seat because there's only like one there's technically 2 levels after this one, but there's really kind of just 1 level after this, and then adventures is done. But I'm probably gonna do a few of the cinematics for the Lilat Wars and Soria when I finish these. Assuming I can get the voice actors to get their lines done for those, I'd like to do a few of the cinematics. Because there's quite a few cinematics in both the Lilat Wars and Adventures that I haven't done yet that kind of have important bits of information that are missing if you just do the levels by themselves that I kind of want to get done. But after that, after I take that little break and I do some of those, I know some people are probably going to be a little sad, but the next part is actually not Assault. It's based around Star Fox 2. So the next segment of the game is actually themed around Star Fox 2 and not Assault. I know a few people in the audience that are probably going to have knee-jerk reactions to that, but Assault is not next. I'm sorry, guys. And there's a really good reason I have for that. That has been my reason for almost 20 years now, because one of my problems with Assault, and it's not really a problem with the game, one of the things about Assault I didn't like is it takes place like right after Adventures, and we didn't get to see like Crystal learning how to use the R-Wing and stuff. She just is a trained pilot all of a sudden, and I feel like that was like a really big missed opportunity. And I feel like Star Fox 2 is a better game to adapt for that particular scenario, so that's what the next part will be. Anyway, hopefully I didn't upset too many people by saying Assault wasn't next. Codeman says, just for comparison, the Ficina level was 5 minutes long on the N64. It's 25 minutes in Event Horizon. My goal for the timing of each level is about 10 minutes for each level, and then depending on your skill level, the boss fight is between like a minute to 5 minutes. So on average, my goal is about 15 minutes for each level. Obviously, sometimes that goes on a little bit longer, especially when I'm terrible at the game. But if a level goes on too long, then I usually cut stuff out. Like the Meteor level was like a half-hour long when I first made it, and it's been chopped up multiple times to shorten that level because it was just too long. But yeah, my goal is between 10 to 15 minutes for each level. I think that's a pretty good length for this style of game. Sorry, there's a bunch of sounds in the background distracting me. Let me look at the questions. Let's see. How about a prompt when close enough to get to the back of the Great Fox? I could ask Astaroth about that, having a little prompt popped up that lets you dock into the Great Fox. The reason why I'm not sure if I'll do that is because I have the game set up so that all the controls can fit on a GameCube controller, and at the moment every single button is used for something. I'm not sure which button I could use for that, so I'd have to think about that. I suppose I could force people to use an Xbox controller so they can have the extra bumper on the left side, and then I could repurpose the extra button for something like that, but I'll have to think about that. I think it'd just probably be easier if it was like in 64 where you just fly into it and then it just does it by flying into it, but we'll see. That's something I'd like to try and do, but at the moment it's low priority. Dragon King, if I could support this, I would love to maybe see if I could voice Scales. Well, I've already got a voice actor for Scales. I was even saying earlier, he just sent his first lines in yesterday, so I got a voice actor for Scales, but there's still a few other Sharp Claw roles if you're interested. Just make sure you have a good microphone, because I won't accept if you don't have a good mic, I won't accept it. I'm pretty picky about the voice actors, so don't take it personally if I say no to anyone sending samples or anything. I'm just really I'm really, really, really picky about music too. Like, when it comes to sound, I am obsessive about the sound in not just this game, but even in other video games. Like, people know I've ranted endlessly about the terrible voice acting in a certain Zelda game, so I'm really, really, really hyper particular about sound design in video games and movies. If the sounds are wrong, if the music doesn't fit or the voice acting is bad, it'll utterly ruin a game for me. So, yeah, anyway. Let's see. Hey, Neffy, I've been following your progress for a long time, and I'm really interested in Event Horizon. Oh, that wasn't really a question, but thank you, Lucky Black. I'm thankful that you've been following the project for so long, and you haven't bailed out yet. Yeah, it's been over 10 years now. Let's see. Crystal Kingdom General suggests changing one of Fox's lines. I actually do think I like the line you're saying, although I like the quacks like a duck reference because Scales doesn't know what a duck is. I'll think about it, though. I like your suggestion there. Let's see. I think that's it for questions, so I might just go right into making the model now. Yeah, I think now it's mostly people just commenting because I was playing through the level. Oh, the whole chat just jumped a bit. Probably because I was so far behind. I think that's it for questions. Alright, cool. Oh wait, there's one question at the bottom. Are there any notable fan contributions or collaborations that have helped shape the game? Yes, I'm gonna kick myself, but there's someone who made a model of I'm also forgetting the name of the ship, the giant Venom carrier in Sector Y that launches all the fighter craft. I had someone make a 3D model of that and send it to me, and I thought it was just so cool. I textured the model myself, but he made the actual mesh. But I'm really struggling to remember his name now, and I can't even remember the name of the actual carrier, too, from 64. So that was a contribution someone made. Obviously, the Shadows of Lilat team, they did a bunch of models, and quite a few of them I still use. I use their Cornerian frigate, and I'm about to use their Zeram for Shears' ship. Grazin carrier, that was it. Thank you, Mario Kart Lover. That was the carrier. Yeah, the Grazin carrier. The one that looks like two Dorsby cruisers like stitched together, and then it launches all the fighter craft out of the front. I think the person who made it, his username was Lonely Arwing, I think. It was a really good model, and he just sent it to me. He's like, hey, does this look good? And I'm like, yeah, this looks really good. Just let me texture it. Quite a few people have made a bunch of fan art. Inari just made a really cool piece of fan art just a few days ago of Faye and Miyu and the walkers that I made for the game. For some reason, there's been a shit ton of fan art of the Ceridian character in this game, which I've always thought was weird because I haven't even, like, publicly revealed the name of the character yet or any details about it. So I always thought it was weird for, like, the last 10 years that there's been tons of fan art of that Ceridian character. So there's been a bunch of that, which has been pretty awesome. See, Crystal Kingdom General says, "Did you scrap the original idea for Shears' boss level?" No, this is the level where you where Shears is the boss. I changed it around a little bit, but it's still basically kind of the same premise. There's a big air battle, and then you go up into the sky and shoot at Shears. The version of this level I did years ago is a bit smaller in scale. Now it's really big, and you actually go up into orbit instead of just into the sky. But okay, now there's tons of questions. What's your favorite aspect of the original games, and how have you incorporated that into your fan game? If we're talking about 64 in particular, one of my favorite aspects of 64 was kind of the the very casual, large-scale destruction in that game that hasn't really been in any other Star Fox game since 64. In 64, you're basically gunning down thousands of lives and doing tons of damage to an entire military fleet, and it's so casual and brazen about it. And it kind of, like, all the explosions in that game are really bombastic, so that's another thing in this, is I want the explosion effects to just be really over the top and bombastic. And all of the Star Fox games after 64, that's not in any of them. They all have, like, really puny explosions. You're mostly fighting, like, machines and stuff. In, like, in Assault, you're pretty much fighting just aperoids. So there really isn't that sense of you just casually, like, mowing through massive armies of people. You're technically beating the shit out of Sharp Claws in Adventures, but they don't really die. They kind of vanish when you beat them. In the original Dinosaur Planet, it actually showed the dinosaurs dying, I know why they got rid of that, because Nintendo was probably like, oh, it's a kid's game, you can't show all the dinosaurs dying, but so that sense of just casually mowing down giant armies isn't really in any of the Star Fox games after 64. I guess it's kind of in Zero, but even in that game, like, the explosion effects are really puny, and it just doesn't quite have the same sense of scale as 64. So that's definitely one aspect I've carried over, is just this massive collateral damage and just destruction everywhere in every level. And just the sense of, like, in almost every level, just thousands of lives are being lost really casually. I've tried to carry that over from 64 into my game. I really, really thought that was a very interesting thing about 64 that's really not in a lot of games. There's a lot of violent video games where you're, gunning down armies and stuff, but in 64, the scale of destruction is insane, especially for a Nintendo game from 1996, like in the freaking, a great example is in the Macbeth level, when you crash the train, it's like, crashes into this giant depot with probably hundreds of thousands of workers building all of their weapons, and then there's this giant, like, nuclear explosion that just wipes everyone out, and it's so casual about it, it's really kind of baffling. I don't know how... maybe they weren't, like, conscious of it when they were making the game. Like, they didn't realize what they were implying by all the destruction in that game. But, anyway, that was a really long answer to that question, I think. Let's see. I probably should just get right into the modeling instead of answering too many questions. J.R. Lockhart just jumped in. I'm curious if there's any way to download or purchase the finished models. It'd be cool to upload them in a program. Well, all the models are available in the game when you download it. Some people have already taken the models and put them in Gmod and stuff. Although a lot of them are the older models. So all of the stuff I do in this game will be available if you download it. You'll need a converter to convert them to a format that, like, Blender or another program can use, because they're in the format of they're in the model format that this engine uses, but there's a bunch of tools, like POF tools, that can convert them to a usable model. So yes, all the models are just in the files of the game. I haven't archived them or packed them or anything. Let's see. Oh, I think Gagnatar actually answered that question already. Yeah, Gagnatar, I think he's actually already ported some of the models from a long time ago. Let's see. See, how do you handle criticism or negative feedback from fans? Well, if it's criticism and I think it's useful, I'll take it. If it's just negative feedback, then, well... oh, well, I don't know. Someone says face reveal. I revealed my face like 2.5 years ago, but maybe this is the first time you've seen it. I've been getting criticism and negative feedback for over a decade now, so I'm just used to it now. Like, my Zelda game has been thrashed by Zelda fans, going as far back as when I first showed it, so I'm used to negative feedback. But thankfully, my Star Fox game seems to be the feedback for the Star Fox game seems way more positive, which is probably why I gravitated towards it. But with negative feedback and criticism, I just try not to take it personally, because I have negative feedback and criticism for other video games and stuff, and, you know, people have it for my stuff. And if the criticism's actually really useful, I'll try and do it. Like, just earlier in the chat, someone recommended I change one of the lines in the level I just showed, and I'm considering changing the line because I thought their suggestion was pretty good, even though I really liked the original line I used. So it really depends. I feel like criticism is actually a really important aspect of being human, and I actually feel like our culture is really kind of our culture is very weird, at least in America, where we're all insanely critical about everything, but everyone also doesn't want to deal with criticism. It's very bizarre. I'm not sure how that phenomenon came about, because when I was a kid, that was not how it was. When I was a kid, you could just tell your best friend, oh, that thing is garbage, it's crap, and they'd be like, oh, okay. And that was just how it was. And then sometime in the last, like, 15 years, everyone's turned into, like, kind of crybabies, and everyone just flips out when someone says something negative. So I don't know what happened, but so yeah, I guess it really depends on what people are saying exactly. Like, if someone's just saying, oh, that's shit, well, alright, sorry. Have fun. But if someone says, hey, you could do this better by doing this, and I'll consider it. Yeah, Gynotar's right. Well, Estelle was the impetus for gravitating towards this, because I was still working on my Zelda game even after I started working with Estelle. It was after about 6 months of just all the kind of the positive vibe of working on this game versus the Zelda game that kind of made me decide to kind of just stop working on the Zelda game and shift gears completely to this. But yeah, Estelle was definitely the seed that brought me over to Star Fox completely. But yeah, a lot of Zelda fans don't seem to like my Zelda game, and I kind of get it. It's a real-time strategy game, which is a bit of a niche genre. But they really didn't like my interpretation of the Zelda characters. They didn't like I think a lot of Zelda fans, they prefer like the really cartoony art styles, and I tried to make all the characters in my Zelda game like relatively realistic. Like, I tried to give them realistic proportions. I really wanted to kind of push in the kind of like the visual direction of like Twilight Princess, and a lot of Zelda fans just didn't like the art direction of my Zelda game, and I don't know, with the Star Fox game, most of you guys seem to like the stuff I'm doing, so I've gravitated towards that. Alrighty. Alright, so let me fire up Maya, and let me make sure that OBS is actually recording it. So let me bring it up here and put it over. Why is it not showing up? Darn it. Am I already having another boomer moment? Let me move this out of the way. Where are you, Maya? Come on, Maya. There we go. Okay, I think Maya should be showing up now. And I will close Fred. Alrighty. Alright, let me wait till that shows up on YouTube to make sure it's actually working, so I don't start babbling about this 3D model and no one can see what I'm doing. So, it still hasn't shown up on YouTube on my end yet. Oh, Estelle's in the audience. Hello, Estelle. How you doing in Ireland, Estelle, or are you back? I'll wait for her to respond to that. Do you eat any prawns while you were in Ireland, Estelle? I hope you didn't eat any of the prawns this time. Alright, cool. It looks like Maya's showing up in the window. So, Hey, Estelle. When the plushie's ready to go, want to do a live stream telling everyone about it? Oh, cool. You're back from Ireland. Did you have fun in Ireland? Hopefully fun, good time this year in Ireland. Yes, everyone. That's Estelle in the audience. Or a very, very good imposter, but I'm pretty sure it's her. No prawns. Oh, you ate mussels? Those are even worse for you than prawns. Oh, man. That's an inside story between Estelle and I. I don't know. Maybe she'll share it in a live stream one day, her prawn story. It was a fleeting but funny trip. Awesome. You'll have to tell me about it on Discord sometime later. Hopefully some funny stuff happened in Ireland. Hopefully not as funny as last year. But yeah, if you guys have any questions for Estelle before she heads out, she's in the audience. Actually, let me see. She probably messaged me on Discord. No, she hasn't. Bunch of people message me on Discord. That's what I get for not multitasking and paying attention. See, I don't know how you got Crystal's VA, but damn, that is amazing you did. All right, Estelle, we'll catch up tomorrow. Before we catch up, I'll tell them the story of how I met you. And it's perfect timing because all the players involved in how I met you are in the chat right now. So, basically, around 2014 or 2015, I think that's when I saw the interview with Estelle and Mr. Crystal. And that got the idea in my head of trying to contact Estelle to get her to voice Crystal. So I tried to find a way to contact her. I tried to get into contact with people that knew her, just on and off over the years, and it just kept failing. Just different things would come up, or they'd be dead ends and they'd go nowhere. And so for years and years and years, I was trying to get in contact with her with no luck. And then in 2022, I knew someone who had a direct connection to her, and I asked them, hey, can you please message Estelle for me and tell her about this project? I'd love for her to voice Crystal. I'll pay her, yada, 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 yada. And so a month goes by, and then that person gets back to me and basically messages me and says, I burned my bridge with Estelle. Sorry. And at that point, it had been almost 10 years since I started trying to get in contact with her. And I was so upset that I told myself, like, you know what? I give up. I have been trying for almost a decade to get into contact with Estelle. It's not working. It clearly wasn't meant to happen. And so right then and there, I just gave up and I decided Estelle's it's not going to work. A week goes by, and then just out of nowhere, Mr. Gagnatar here, who's in the chat, messages me out of nowhere on Discord, and I realized, wait, you're the guy who's doing the Half-Life mod, and Estelle Ellis is voicing in it. Oh my god, get me in contact with Estelle. And about 2.5 weeks later, I started talking to Estelle, so you can thank Gagnatar in the audience for that. Basically, I met Estelle just from pure luck. But it was just funny how I was trying for so long to get into contact with her, and it just kept blowing up in my face. And then I finally decided to give up, and then a week after, I get in contact with Estelle. It was so weird. But here we are almost 3 years later. Can you believe it? Almost 3 years. I think in like 2 months, it'll be 3 years since I started talking to Estelle. Crazy. Gagnatar. He held the Gatling gun for ransom. Did he even use the Gatling gun in the Half-Life mod? I'm not even sure if he ended up using the Gatling gun. Alrighty, what was the biggest challenge you faced when developing the game? I'd also love to hear about this on your Zelda projects too. My biggest challenge is always time. I never have enough time. There's basically constantly real life stuff always getting in the way. I've always had, it's always been a battle against time. I'm like freaking Malcolm McDowell in the Star Trek movie. Like, time is a predator. Like, I am constantly low on time, and I'm getting slower as I get older too. So that's always been the biggest challenge is time. I never have enough time, and I'm always battling the clock. So what other challenges are there? Honestly, that's really the biggest challenge for me. Like, the rest of it is just, I'm just doing my thing, and then when it's done, I show it, and people seem to like it. Although another challenge, I guess, it's kind of related to the Estelle stories. I've always had trouble getting in contact with very specific people that I really need to get in contact with. Whether you know, it's trying to get in contact with a person at a company or something, or with someone on LinkedIn. Like, there's a few people who made games in the 90s that I've tried to get in contact with on LinkedIn just to thank them. Just there's someone who worked on a game I loved in the 90s, and I messaged them on LinkedIn like several times, just wanting to thank them, and they don't respond to me. So I've always had trouble, like, trying to get into contact with very specific people. I don't know why. It's just been a weird fluke I've had to deal with. So that's been a challenge. But yeah, it's mostly time. But anyway, I guess I will get started on this model now. So yeah, there is, here's the original Zeram cruiser. This is the one that I modeled. A few of the parts are all floating up. That's a bit weird. And then this is the updated Zeram cruiser that the Shadows of Lilat team made in 2009 that I'm going to update using my art style. So let me just move this out of the way. And I gave a little history of this model, or what I know about it, earlier in the stream, but I don't know the exact person who made this. I suspect it was Axum, but if anyone in the audience knows who actually made this model, let me know, because I do want to give them proper credit, because the model I'm going to make is basically their design. So I'm going to try and update this for Event Horizon, because I love this design, but I want to make it in my style. So, and then here's the bridge that I'm going to use, or kind of just as a reference. This is the animation I did a few weeks ago with Shears, you know, is on board this bridge. So I want the bridge of this ship to roughly match up to that. But anyway. Oh, Codeman actually mentioned, it reminds him of the Venator and Imperial Star Destroyers. Interesting story about that. One of the reasons I like this design is because it looks like a halfway point between the Zeram and the Salvador battleships from Star Fox 2. And in Star Fox Event Horizon, Star Fox 2 takes place after Adventures. So Venom will be using the Salvador battleships there. And why I like this ship is it looks like almost a blend between the Zeram and the Salvador. Almost like a transition ship between the two. And the Salvador looks almost exactly like the Venator from Star Wars, which I almost wonder if the Venator is actually based on it, because we know that the V-Wing fighter from Star Wars is based on the one from Assault. Now I'm sounding super nerdy. I probably just scared Estelle away with my nerdiness, but so yeah, I really liked this design because it looks kind of like a transition point between the Zeram and the Salvador battleships. So that's what it is in Event Horizon. It's kind of like it's like the Mark II version of the Zeram before they finalized the design with the Salvador battleship. But yeah, Codeman, look up the Star Fox Salvadora battleship. It looks almost exactly like the Venator from Star Wars. I use Blender for modeling, says Lucky Black. Good for you. Please, everyone in the audience, do not use Maya. Use Blender. The reason I use Maya is because I have to. Because I'm forced to use it. Because about 14 years ago, I had a professor tell me, oh, do all of your stuff in Maya. You'll never need to use any other program. So a bunch of really important critical stuff that I still use to this day is stuck in Maya, and I can't quite import it into Blender. I use Blender whenever I can, but for my Star Fox game, all my stuff is kind of stuck in Maya, so I am forced to use Maya. It is garbage. Maya's terrible. In fact, we're probably going to see it crash 3 or 4 times before the stream is done. Do not use Maya. Use Blender. Blender's free, and it's better. Use it. Don't use Maya. You guys actually might see me lose my temper several times today if Maya crashes on me. So hopefully she won't crash, though, because I'm not rigging anything. Usually when I rig, that's when Maya crashes the most, but I'm not rigging anything because this isn't a skeletal mesh. But anyway, so let's get this started. I don't really need orthogonals because, well, this model's basically a perfect orthogonal, and I'm gonna do my own little changes on it anyway. I just kind of want to emulate the, whoa, what's going on here? Just kind of want to emulate the general basic shape of it and kind of put my own little touches on it. What I really need is down here, I'm going to put the mass driver cannon. And I still haven't really figured out where the hangar bay is. I'm thinking, because I put on the original Zeram, I put the hangar bay down here. So I'm thinking of also putting the hangar bay down here somewhere. Actually, I think I'm going to put the mass driver cannon down here at an angle. That actually makes more sense now that I think about it. So there's going to be a giant gun, like a magnetic kind of railgun thing on the bottom here. And the hangar bay I might put up here somewhere. Up here near the top. Or I could get rid of the giant glowing thing here and put the hangar bay there. But let me just get the basic shape done first, and then I'll figure out where exactly to put the hangar bay. So for most models, I just start out with a basic primitive, and in this case, I'm just going to start out with a cube. And because this model is symmetrical, I technically only have to model half of it, although I'll probably have some asymmetrical details on it, like I do with this one here. I do have a little bit of asymmetry on it. Although I think it's mostly in just the UV, not the actual model. So, let me get the grid back on. And if I start to bore you guys, let me know, because this part might get really boring, and I might not even be paying attention to the chat. But yeah. Again, Blender is also expected to overtake Maya as a 3D design standard. It probably will, and that's when Blender will start to go to shit, because then all the companies will get in on it, and they'll standardize it like they did with Maya. That's when Blender will start to go to shit. So pray that Blender doesn't become the industry standard like Maya did. Because Maya used to be better back in the 90s. I remember, I think the first time I used Maya was in 2004. I think it was 2004. But I didn't really learn Maya much back then. I didn't really learn Maya until around 2010, I think. And by 2010, Maya was already, like, turning to crap. And then by 2012, Maya was just a mess. Like, and then now Maya is really, really bad. It constantly crashes. It's so bad. And I'm using a much older version of Maya. I'm using, I think this is the 2012 version. So I'm using like a decade-old version of Maya because the newer ones are just, they're so buggy. Anyway. Yeah, let's kind of match the shape here a bit. So yeah, probably like the first half hour of this video is basically going to be me like tracing the general shape of the original Zeram. Not the original Zeram, the Shadows of Lilat Zeram. And then I'll start adding all my little details to it. So that goes back there. And Maya's already being a little fussy. They'll put another edge loop over here and have that go up a little bit. Now my question is, when I get around to the Salvadora, should I also give it a mass driver cannon? Should that become a standard thing in the Venom Navy after this point? Okay, it's pretty good. And let's look at it from the top. That is not the top. There we go. And then I'll make a copy of you and put you on the bottom so that I can, what the hell? Maya's already being weird. You're supposed to go at 0. And then I'll lower you so I can use you as an orthogonal. This is the Golden Phoenix Studio. This is the first time I've heard of Maya and 3ds Max. Once upon a time, Maya and 3ds Max were pretty decent programs, but they became industry standard, and Autodesk bought them. And Autodesk is a lot like Adobe, where they're just like a giant bloated corporation, and they've turned everything into a subscription service, and they're just terrible now. It's so sad. And I suspect the same thing will happen with Blender if Blender ever gets as big as Maya did. At the moment, though, Blender is really good. Stick with Blender if you're going to get into 3D modeling. Don't deal with the headaches of Maya. I think in the entire time I've used Blender, and I've been using Blender since 2017, I think it's only crashed on me once. Maya crashes on me like 3 times a day. Usually more, actually. Especially when I'm doing like a character model and rigging a skeleton. It crashes so much. In fact, I'm kind of hoping Maya crashes during the stream just to show you guys. Hopefully I won't lose progress from it though, so I better Control S very frequently. Okay. So I think we've got the basic kind of, let me get that Zeram out of the way. I think we've got the basic kind of the frame in the middle done. So, okay, I see what's going on there. You are actually flat and lower. And then it's got like a little elevated platform here. So let me get rid of this side because I'm going to mirror it. And then let me make that little platform there by beveling that. Or extruding that, not beveling. There's probably going to be some like professional 3D modelers in the chat who are just like, oh my god, he's doing everything so sloppy. I was taught a bunch of rules that ended up backfiring on me, so I am pretty sloppy when I make stuff. Because I lost my trust in what I was told to do. So I'll lower that a little bit. I want like a slight kind of incline there. I think it's, yeah, it's completely flat there, but I want like a little incline. And I'll extrude that. And I will, whoops, I will kind of match it up to that. And I'll make it a little bit different. Make it 10% different. I'll bring that back in. And then I think that's actually supposed to be a hangar bay of some sorts. It is kind of a strange place to put a hangar bay though, because the vehicles would, the fighters would probably like crash into this incline. So maybe it's a docking bay, but I'm not sure what that's supposed to be. I'm not sure what was in the mind of the person who made this ship. But I don't think I'm gonna make that a hangar bay. I might have like a, maybe like a vertical docking bay for like helicopter craft. You know what? Yeah, I'll do that. I'll put like a vertical docking bay on the top there for helicopters, or I guess gyrocopters in the case of the sharp claws. So yeah, I'm gonna put a little docking bay up here on the top. And I'll move that over. And I'll move it back because I do want a bunch of turrets on the front there. And I actually, let me I have an R-wing in here for scale. There we go, there's the R-wing. I need to make sure the docking bay is big enough for the gyrocopters to dock in. Okay, good, yeah, that, maybe a little bit wider. So yeah, this whole segment here is going to be the gyrocopter docking bay. Even though you fight this ship in space, so it won't be launching any gyrocopters, but it's a cool detail to have, so I'm going to put it up here. And I'm going to make it, instead of having it be perfectly square, I'm going to make it an octagon. So let's put some edge loops here. Ooh, that looks bad, but I'll fix that later. Actually, I'll fix it now, because I'll just move these up. Yeah, I'll have that be kind of like an octagon. And I'll lower that there. I'll make it pretty low, because I don't think I will need to like model the entire hangar bay, because I don't think I'm going to have a cinematic of the gyrocopter bay. Maybe I will just for the heck of it, but for the in-game model, I don't need to model the entire hangar bay, so I'll just do it like that. So yeah, the gyrocopters will probably come out from behind here, and then they'll launch out of the top like that. And then I'll make like a little hatching bay door that opens up when it launches the fighters. You know what? Okay, I know a way I can make this use gyrocopters in the game, because when you defeat Colonel Shears, the ship is gonna crash into the planet. And so as it's crashing, I'm going to make it so gyrocopters are trying to get out of the ship, even though they're in space. So that's going to be so awesome. There, I found a way to use the gyrocopter hangar bay. When you destroy a ship, the sharp claws are trying to get out, because all the escape pods get used. So the sharp claws that are still on the ship, they're going to try getting out with the gyrocopters as it's crashing. That'll be awesome. Thank you for that idea. I don't know who in the audience gave me that idea, but if anyone, but I'm just going to say someone in the audience gave me that idea somehow. See, Codeman says the green glowy things could be a force field hangar bay. Maybe. I have a feeling I'm going to end up putting a bunch of turrets there. It's obvious to me whatever their intention with that was. It was where the logo is on the original Zeram. Honestly, though, I might just add a giant hangar bay here on the bottom, and then have I might vertically extend the ship a little bit, and then kind of have the mass driver cannon underneath the hangar bay. So I'll decide when I get to that part of the model. Or I don't know, maybe you're right, Codeman. Maybe that should be the hangar bay. I'm really leaning towards the hangar bay being like right here on the side, though, because it would also be where the gyrocopters are too. So this whole front part. Oh, I'm a dummy. The hangar bay should be in the front, just right at the nose. Yeah, I think I'm gonna put the hangar bay in the front, or at least the launching will be there, and then they can dock on the sides maybe. Nah, I kind of like the idea of the hangar bay being on the side. Yeah, you know what? I think I'm gonna have the hangar bay just be on the side here. So let me add those little things really quick. I'll add one cube. So let me add those things there. Those little structural things. Bring that in a little bit. And then it's rounded. Maybe I want it to be angled, though, because a lot of the Venom designs don't have round parts on them. So I might make this angled instead of round. Although I like that rounded look. I don't think it really it doesn't quite match Venom's aesthetic. So I think these rounded parts here, I'm going to just be more like bevels. So I think I'm just going to kind of bevel it here by not actually using the bevel tool. Because I want my topology to roughly still be in quads, but I might make it more like this. I don't know. I might make it rounded. I might change my mind later before I do the UVs, but personally, I got an idea. I'll have the whole thing be angled instead of straight. I don't know if you guys can hear it, but there's an ice cream truck outside. I haven't heard an ice cream truck in years.
I'm pretty sure it doesn't actually sell ice cream.
Yeah, I hear a freaking ice cream truck. Wow, that's weird. So it goes to about there, actually. So I'll put it to there. And then that part covers it up. Alrighty, and then let me delete the insides here. And let me do some, I'm going to put a little bit of detail here. So I'll do this, and then I'll extrude this to give it a little more detail. Yeah. Do I want it angled? No, I don't want it angled. I want it flat there. And then I'll put, because yeah, the hangar bay is going to be more around here. So I'm going to put some platform here. Maybe I'll put little turrets there. There's going to be a lot of turrets on this ship when I'm done. And the Salvador is going to be even bigger. I want that inclined a little bit. And then extruded. Let's see how that looks. Maybe I'll end up putting like little sphere things there, maybe. I'm kind of inclined to put two like forward-facing turrets there, so I'm probably going to put some turrets there. And there'll be a bunch of rotating turrets on the top, like in the original design there. Or this could be a missile. Actually, yeah, I think this is going to be a missile launcher. That ice cream truck is really distracting me now. Let me see. Do you guys hear that ice cream truck? I'm curious if anyone else can hear that ice cream truck. Let me look at the audience. Let's see. Oh, Crystal Kingdom mentioned. Also, think you can have the Aperite invasion begin right after the ending of the second arc, which would make the Oikani Rebellion. The second arc is Adventures. Unless I'm misunderstanding, did you mean the third one? Which is based on Star Fox 2. And your hunch is right if that is what you're trying to say, because Andrew and kind of what's left of Venom are one of the villains in that part of the game, although they're not the only villains. There's actually quite a few different villains jousting for the title of main villain in the next part during Star Fox 2, which I think is going to be really interesting, because one thing I really like in a series is when there's multiple different villainous groups that aren't necessarily allied with each other. Star Trek does that really well a lot. Babylon 5 does that really well. Game of Thrones does that pretty well. What's another series that does that really well? Can't think of any off the top of my head. Actually, well, a lot of RTS games do that. That's probably where that idea kind of got into my head. But there are multiple enemy factions during Star Fox 2 that are fighting each other as well as the player, which I think is going to be a really cool dynamic. Which is also going to be the case when the Aperoids show up, but yeah, anyway. I forgot what oh yeah, I was going to put a missile launcher here. So yeah, I think that'll be a missile launcher. And I want to put some kind of braces between this and the top, just to give it a little more detail. So Let's do that, shall we? And I'll bring that out about here. Bring that in a little bit, and this up. And I'll have it go above onto the top. Yeah, like that. Then I'll bring this out, and that, not quite. Then I'll extrude this. And then I'll extrude this, and I'll extrude that. I want a little bit lower. And I'll bring that back a little bit. And then I'll add some edge loops there and some edge loops there. And I'll bring that in. Actually, I want those to be the exact same size, so I'll select both. I'll bring those in a little bit. And then let's add a little bit of detail to this. Bring that in. And Gagnatar is probably so happy right now. He's been wanting to... Well, Maya's being weird right now. He's been wanting to see me do this for almost 3 years now. So Gagnatar is probably having a blast right now, right, Gagnatar? Or am I over-exaggerating your excitement for this? Hopefully I'm not boring everyone else, though. Alright, cool. And then I'll put some little sphere cylinder things on top of those. Let me delete the bottom so that I'm not wasting polygons. Yeah. That looks good. Now let me do some preliminary UV unwrapping, which I'm not sure if this little window is going to show up in... yeah, the window is not showing up on OBS, which is what I expected. So let me add another window capture. So UV window. And I'll have it capture... Where is it? Output window. No, that's not it. UV texture editor. There we go. All right. Hopefully the UV map window is showing up now. Put it in the corner there. It's not showing up on YouTube yet, so let me give YouTube a minute to catch up to where I am. And I'll look at the chat while it's doing that. Of course, right when I look at the chat, the UV thing pops up, but... So Codeman says, Shears has a lot of Venom assets at his disposal. That is what he provided the Sharp Claw. That is true. He did have a bunch of Venom assets at his disposal, but... And I guess this is a bit of spoilers, although Slippy is going to have a line either in this level or during the mission briefing of the next level. But a lot of Venom's technology actually came from Chimerian technology, because Slippy analyzes Dracor's ship, and he points out that, oh, a lot of stuff on this ship has so much in common with Venom technology. And then it's probably Peppy who's going to be like, oh, did they reverse engineer all of Andross's stuff? And then Slippy says something along the lines of, no, I think it's the other way around. The ship is like hundreds of thousands of years old. I think Venom tech is derived from it. So Venom technology actually comes from Chimerian technology. So a lot of the stuff Shears has is actually from Dracor. But a lot of the stuff on Venom was also inspired by Dracor as well. So I forgot where I was going with that, Codeman. I don't know where I was going with that. Anyway, the chat stopped scrolling down, so let me scroll down. Codeman, seeing you work and change the design 50 times in 1 minute really explains a lot. Yep. Yeah, that's me. I constantly change as I'm going until it's done. And then when it's been done, I still change the design. Especially if that design happens to be Saria. That's just the way I am. Maybe Maybe I have the George Lucas curse where I just have to keep tweaking things as time goes on. Anyway, the UV map is showing up, so let me kind of, whoa, that looks really bad. Let me unwrap this thing here a little bit to make my life easier later on. I'll just do a planar mapping on the y-axis and unfold that. Yeah, Maya's not that great at unwrapping either, so I'm not even sure if it's showing up on YouTube or not. I think yeah, it's showing up on YouTube. But yeah, Maya's already failing me right here. I should just unwrap this and blend. Like, I should just port this over to Blender really quickly. Like this little part, unwrap it in Blender and bring it back. Because Maya's just already failing at this unwrap. So I guess I'll just manually mess with it a little bit. Maya, why are you doing that? Come on, Maya. I swear, Maya's going to be the death of me one day. I'm going to end up in the hospital from high blood pressure because Maya's just trolling me like it is right now. Anyway, let me unwrap the other parts of it. Let's do I'll do automatic, and then I'll just reattach those where I want. Oh my god, no, I don't think I'm going to do that. Oh, maybe I will, actually. Yeah, that actually might end up being good. Now, this part right here is going to be mostly obscured, and the ambient occlusion is going to just crowd that all out. However, maybe if I just bring that up like that, it'll save texture space. But I don't think I can bring this part up that much. Because what I'm trying to do here is I'm trying to save both polygons, but I also want to save space on the UV map. Because this whole part is going to be inside the ship. So when I do the ambient occlusion, it's just going to be like all black and it'll take up space on the UV map. However, because part of it comes above the ship, I need to keep the polygon, but I don't want to add an edge here because then it'll add a vertices and it'll create extra polygons even if I delete this part. So this is what most of my life is spent doing, battling Maya to figure out how to save both on poly count, UV space, and something else that I probably can't think of. Because yeah, if I add an edge right there and then delete this whole part, it's still going to add an extra vertices. The irony is the engine, the free space engine has been updated so well now that it can handle millions and millions of polygons without, you know, the frame rate going to crap. So I could be really sloppy and just do a bunch of extra polygons here, but I'm so mentally trained to do everything as poly efficient as possible that it's not a habit I've kicked, and I don't want to kick the habit because I feel like it's a good habit. Because a lot of modern games are so poorly optimized because I feel like a lot of these modern engines and stuff, they're able to handle like all of the stuff that a lot of artists and programmers they don't have any of these practices for making things, you know, optimized. And that's why every modern video game is like 500 gigabytes in file size when it probably only needs to be about 75 gigabytes in file size. Now, I'm going to sound like a bit of a hypocrite because at the moment, Star Fox Event Horizon is not as optimized as it could be. The file size is relatively bloated. I think it's at like 16 gigabytes right now, but I will be optimizing it as I get closer to finishing it. But so yeah, I'm probably going to agonize over what to do here. You know what? I'm currently more interested in saving UV space, so I'm just going to have a few extra polygons. I'm going to go ahead and do an edge loop here and just delete this. free space can handle that. And I'll see, that's already 96 tries and 48 faces, and then I'm gonna put a bunch of those on here. Let me see how many polygons they are after I duplicate this. So let's, duplicate special so that I can align, not duplicate special, duplicate transform, derp. Why is duplicate transform not working? Maya, come on. Maybe it was duplicate special. Am I... Okay, it is duplicate special. I'm going crazy. No, it needs to be -10. Duplicate special. Let's try -20. And I'll just do 10 copies. Wrong direction. That is not the direction I meant to go, but I'm only curious in the poly count. So that's almost 1,000 polygons. That's not bad at all. So I'll have all those extra polygons. Oh yeah, I meant the z-axis, not the x-axis. There we go. Okay. Yeah, that's looking pretty good. All right, so let me add the little cylinder bits on the top there. First by extruding this. Extrude. I don't know why I unwrapped it when I knew I was gonna, actually, I don't even think I finished unwrapping it. I got sidetracked for something, and I didn't even finish unwrapping this. I don't know if you're still in the audience, Estelle, but I think your ADHD is rubbing off on me, as well as the ADHD of everyone else in my family. Oh, or do I want that to come out? Yeah, actually, I do want that to come out more. Yeah, I like that. And then I'll lower it a little bit. I can already hear Codeman laughing. Me changing everything 50 times a minute. I guess I'm a little bit of a perfectionist. Maybe not a perfectionist, just I usually have an image in my mind, and what I make almost never looks like the image that's in my mind, and that'll kind of just eat away at me over the years. See, Venom architecture is a little bit sloppy, so I don't know if I want those to be perfectly aligned. But Andros was a bit of a perfectionist, so they might be perfectly aligned. However, Sharpclaw are managing this particular ship, so maybe they aren't perfectly aligned. Sorry if this is really boring. Let me know in the audience if this is boring. And, I'll take a look. See, someone's asking a question. Craboy, sorry if this has been asked before, but aren't you concerned that Nintendo will indulge in their favorite pastime? Yes, I am. I've been afraid of that for years and years and years. There's backup plans in place. Not everyone will probably like the backup plan because it won't be exactly Star Fox, but there's backup plans in place, and it's always a possibility, and if it happens, then that'll suck. But it'll just prove that they're dedicated to killing Star Fox, I guess. Hopefully it doesn't happen, though. But you never know. I can't say too much, but I do have a few connections with people at Nintendo now. I should rephrase that. I know people that used to work at Nintendo that have connections to people that currently are at Nintendo, so that might work in my favor, but I don't know. I've been walking on a tightrope for the last almost 20 years now with the Zelda thing and now this. So I will say, though, that when I do finish this, it'll probably be the last fan game thing I ever do. going to be moving on to my own stuff after this because I'm getting close to 40 now, so I kind of want to finish my own original game before I get too old. And now I'm working with a programmer in my own original thing now too, so maybe that'll come sooner than later. I haven't seen him in the audience, so I don't think he's in the audience, but let's see. Oh, he's chasing the muse. Yes. Got any Retro Studios contacts? Gagnatar, if I did, I couldn't tell you, but I have a feeling you have a lot of the same contacts that I have. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Alrighty. Although on the subject of industry contacts, not a person who worked at Nintendo or was affiliated with Nintendo, but he was more famous in the 90s, but the guy who coined the term 4X, he worked on the original Masters of Orion game. I knew him for a few years, and my first job was almost working for him, but I found out not long ago he passed away in January, and that was pretty upsetting. That's pretty upsetting for me. His name is Alan Emmerich, for anyone who's not familiar with him. He coined the term 4X, so if you're familiar with 4X games, that was him. I knew him for a few years, way back in like 2010, 11, 12, around there. And then in 2015, I tried to get a job at his company, and I almost got a job there, and I ended up getting a job somewhere else, but it's kind of one of those scenarios where I kind of wish that maybe I should have taken the job there instead, but I found out he passed away in January, and that was pretty upsetting. He was basically my first like actual real video game industry contact that I ever made. Way back like 15 plus years ago. In fact, when I found out he passed away a few months ago, I almost did a live stream playing Masters of Orion. But yeah, Alan Emmerich, he was a really cool guy. If anyone in the audience knew him, let me know, because yeah, he was really cool. In fact, my old Antibody game, which almost everyone in the audience other than Codeman has probably never heard of, exists because of him. So Antibody would never exist if it was not for Alan Emmerich. So rest in peace, Mr. Emmerich. In fact, I'll probably name a ship after you in my original game, now that I think about it. Anyway, now I need to finish unwrapping this before I change it again. Yeah, I didn't even finish unwrapping this. I already started duplicating it, and I didn't finish unwrapping it. That would have made life difficult down the road. What is going on here? Are you guys bored yet? This is my life. Just sitting here in Maya doing this almost all day, every day. Believe it or not, I actually enjoy this part of the process, though, so actually, I just found a way that I can save some texture space. If I lower that below there and delete these, that'll save me a bit of texture space. That I can't quite delete, though. Actually, yes, I can. If I delete those and move that up, that'll save me a teeny tiny bit of UV space. But not polys. Well, a few of those polys were deleted, so it'll save me a few precious little polygons. And let me lower that a little bit more just to be sure. It's the only way to be sure. Boop. Okay. Now let's finish unwrapping this. Is the unwrapper showing up? Yeah, it is. Okay, I do not like the look of this right here, so let me detach those. Cut UV edges. Where do I want... Where even are those? Those are up here? Actually, that is a good place for them. No, I'll put them on the top, because then they won't overlap. Oh my god. Yeah, I might just need to restart. I'm just going to restart on parts of this UV. Let me restart. So... yeah, I'll have the top separate. Do a planner map on that. And then I'll do the rest of it horizontally, and then those parts also horizontally. Planner mapping on the z-axis. Okay, yeah, that's going to look much better after I unfold those. And then you guys will go on the x-axis. X-axis? There's only one x-axis. I don't know why I'm saying it plural. Okay, now let me unfold these a little bit. Okay, yeah, now Maya's behaving. Now she's not doing weird stuff with the... I don't know why, when I was trying to unfold the top part earlier, I don't know if you guys noticed, but like Maya was doing all sorts of strange things when I was unfolding that part, and that time it did it properly, so I don't know why. I don't know why it worked that time, but not the other time. Now Maya's being weird with this part here. So let's unfold that. And whoa! Let me... There's Maya being a weirdo again. Okay, that's looking good. And let's unfold this one. Alright. I will place these properly on the map later, because there's going to be a bunch of duplicates of this, and they're all going to need to be in separate parts. So I'm just going to set that off to the side for now. And then now let's put the little cylinders on top, because I want to put little cylinder things to give it a little more detail. Forgot to check to see if you guys are bored yet. Gag guitar, is that why it took you 2 years to make the shredder? Sure, that's why it took me 2 years to make the shredder. Codeman is probably like, wow, this explains so much. Yes, it takes me... Well, I'm definitely not going to have this done by today. It usually takes me quite a while to make a vehicle or a ship like this, and characters take me even longer because, you know, they're organic, and it's just a lot more detail, a lot more time to do something organic, and then you also have to rig the character too, which rigging doesn't take me nearly as long, but it still like takes me like a day or more to rig a character. So definitely not going to finish this ship today, but I want to try and at least get the basic shape done. And if I don't know, how long have I been going? Are you kidding? I've been going almost 2 hours already? Holy crap. Wow, that went by really fast. That is insane. I've been going for 1 hour and 47 minutes. That is crazy. Doesn't feel like it. So I'll try and go for another hour to 2 hours. So I don't know how much of this ship I'm going to get done. But I'll try and get as much done as I can. And let's see, how big is the player going to be next to that? Okay, that's pretty small. I probably don't need to add more polygons to that. And if I am going to use the ship in one cinematic, and I don't think I'll ever have the camera this close. So if this was going to be in a cinematic, or if it was larger and the player could get really close to it, I would definitely want this to be more polygons, but I think I'm just going to stick with that. And let me delete these on the bottom after I bring it up a little bit. Delete. There we go. And let's unwrap this. Although it's a primitive cylinder, so it's already half unwrapped. You know what? It's not going to be a primitive cylinder. I'm going to add this and bevel it a little bit to give it just a little bit more detail. There we go. Let me harden that edge there. Yeah, that's better. Even though a player's not going to see that ever. Although anyone who watches this live stream and then plays the game, they're going to like fly right up to take a look at this part of the ship in the game. Everyone else, though, is never going to notice the little beveled edge there, or the chamfered edge, whatever you want to call it. Alrighty. And then let's unwrap, or unfold. Whoa, Maya! What are you doing? Holy crap, Maya. Let me do a cylinder wrap there. Or cylindrical map. There we go. And unfold it. There we go, that's better. Oh, still, Maya's still being a little weird. Let me try. Maya, what? Come on, Maya. You're better than this. Not really. Let me try this, and then... There we go. Okay. Now Maya's doing a better job unfolding it. And let me make those... whoops, perfectly horizontal, and all of these perfectly vertical. And then move you off to the side with this. And you're about that big. A little bit smaller. All right, I'll keep you off to the side, and then I'm going to put one up here. Another good thing about, or another thing about this ship that makes me more comfortable making it a little bit higher poly is at the point in the level that you fight against it, it's in space, and the landscape that's at the start of the level that has tons of polygons has faded out at that point, so the poly count won't be super high with everything going on when the ship is, when you fight this ship. And let me move that over. All right. I'll go ahead and merge these together. And now, is that on the inside? Yeah, it is. Okay. When I zoom out, I can kind of see the edge there peeling through it, and I don't want that. That can hint to me that there's a gap there, but there's not. It's going completely through there. Anyway, so let's delete that and duplicate special, and I'll do 20 of them. Okay, that's too many, so I'll delete these last few here. And, uh-oh. What? Shoot. Well, I've got to tweak the design up here a little bit. Or I've done goofed up already. So let's lower that. Okay, cool, perfect. And those go over, so I'm going to... Shoot. Is it angled? Oh, it is angled. Huh. You can tell Sharpclaw built this thing. Because that is not perfectly aligned. There we go. There. Okay. And then I'll bring this in a little bit. so that I can keep those there. And that in a little bit. And these are not aligned, so let me align them. Oh yeah, you can definitely tell a sharp claw built this ship. There we go. Okay, cool. Awesome. Now I got that part kind of done. Now let me just move the UV maps of these around a little bit so they're not all overlapping. This part will be a little bit boring. So I'll move that one. Uh-oh. I accidentally moved that one with them. What? Maya, come on. What? You know, it's probably because it's a duplicate special, so let me merge. No, if I merge them all, I can't. Do I seriously have to click them one by one? Maya's doing... it'd take me too long to explain it, but Maya's doing something really annoying right now that would... If she was functioning Yeah, what the hell? It's selecting the UVs on all of them. Do I have to... I must have done something... This might actually not be a Maya problem. It might be a me problem. Ah, okay, I know what the problem is. I made them an instance and not a copy. I'm a dummy. So yeah, when I select the UVs on one of them, it selects the UVs on all of them, because these are technically not actual copies of it. They're instances of it. So if I'm right... Oh, they're not moving with it. That's weird. So let me delete all of these and turn them into actual proper copies and not instances. That means the last time I used duplicate special, it was... What the hell? Whoops. I'm making all kinds of mistakes today, guys. The last time I used duplicate special, I created instances because it was to render in the level that I showed earlier with all the Earthwalkers that were running on the ground towards the fight with the sharp claw. What that is it's actually it's an animated texture that's projected onto a plane. And I had instanced copies of all of the Earthwalkers to render in that texture that I projected onto the plane. So that's the last time I used duplicate special. That's why they're all instances, because I didn't... Maya renders things better if they're instances and not copies. Normally I don't render anything in Maya anymore. I render them in Unreal, but that was something that the player's only ever going to see at a distance, so I thought, I'll just render these Earthwalkers really quickly in Maya. Anyway, now they're copies. Now I should be able to move the UVs without Maya trolling me. There we go. Okay. Perfect. So this part's a little boring because I got to do all of these... Just moving all of these out of the way to make my life a little easier later when I do the proper unwrap. You know what? I wonder if there's actually a way to move the UVs when it duplicates special. I don't think there is, though. What the hell? Did I already mess up? Oh my god, I think I already messed up. No, I didn't. Maybe I did. Did I? Okay, no, I didn't. That's weird. Which one has... Okay, this last one I messed up on, but whatever. No wonder I'm getting ADHD. What the hell? Okay. Those four I'm going to have to do separately because I messed up. And I messed up again. I apologize if I'm boring all of you with this. This part is really boring. But it has to be done. Someone in the audience is going to be like, you could do this in 5 seconds in Blender, and you're probably right. You are probably quite right. the next one. All right, perfect. Kind of curious to see what some of the people in the audience are saying now. I'll take a look after I'm done with this boring part. I'll see what some of you guys are saying. What the... Alrighty. Maya hasn't crashed yet. That's pretty good. I'm probably jinxing it. She's probably going to crash sometime in the next 10 minutes, so I'm going to save as soon as I'm done moving all of these so I don't have to do it all over again. So boring. Almost done, though. Only a few left. Almost at the end. Oh, those are all... Okay, no wonder... no wonder those are all messed up. Those were extra ones that need to be deleted. Okay, so I think I'm done. Control S. Make sure all of those UVs are... So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Okay, cool. That's all 14 of them. So I'll move them up a little bit. Alright, cool. I think I finished that kind of lattice brace thingy there. Alright, let's see what you people have been saying. Sharp claws hate symmetry. Yep. I love the sharp claws. They're so fun. Silver Fox says, play some music. I usually do play music, or I'll have a podcast on in the background when I do work. But I think if I do that, it'll distract me so much that if there's a way where I could play music where only you guys can hear it and not me, I'll spend time figuring that out for the next time I do a live stream. Because I seriously, like, you can even ask my fiance, like, when the music starts going, I'll subconsciously just start humming and annoying the crap out of it. Like, I cannot multitask with music on. So I will need a way to make it so only you guys can hear the music and not me, because I will not be able to. I will just lose complete attention of the chat if music is on. I'd probably work faster though. Anyway, let's see. All right, let's see. Golden Phoenix says, "I'm not bored. This is interesting. Maybe you should get into 3D modeling, because I have a feeling most people would die of boredom trying to do that." But I'm glad you're interested. 3D modeling is really cool. Let's see. Jameer White asks, does this mean we're going to fight against Venom remnants on Soria? If so, where does Andrew Oinkeny fit into the aftermath of the story arc? Not specifically on Soria. It's going to be basically all across the galaxy. Just all across the galaxy. But yeah, Andrew is still around doing stuff. He's basically trying to seize all of the, what's left of all of Andross's forces and try and put them all back together and, kind of just... I guess he's not really a usurper because he is, in terms of monarchy, he is the closest genetic descendant of Andross. Although Venom's not exactly a genetic monarchy. Their government's very strange. But he's basically the closest legal heir, but because Venom's not a genetic monarchy, obviously there's other characters vying for control of what's left of Venom, including Shears. So it's not just Andrew, but he's one of the villains in the next part. But it's not specifically on Soria. It's actually going to be all across the galaxy. There's There's going to be a large multi-front war between multiple different groups after Soria, including Venom, Corneria, and a few others. I see that comment Gagatar made. Is that why it took you 2 years to make the Shredder? Yep. Codeman says, I question whether all that extra geometry is necessary. Yes, it's necessary. And I did it probably almost as poly-efficiently as I could. Stick with Blender. Yes, use Blender. Do not follow my example and use Maya. Well, it looks like no one's finding this boring, so that's cool. So you haven't modeled anything in years, but I still remember a lot of stuff in Blender. Yeah, stick with Blender. Crystal Kingdom General. What happened to Shears' Cornerian warship? He got an upgraded ship. He got a bigger, better ship that wasn't obviously Cornerian. Also, he had a bunch of crew he had to get rid of because, well, if you're a trader and you're working with a bunch of traders, who can you trust? So he had to get rid of all of the other traders from going trader on him. So let's just say he got rid of his Cornerian ship and tied up a few loose ends with it. Although I do like the idea that Goofy Goober recommended, that the Sharp Claws took his ship and then they just mangled it up into something. That might actually be a cool Easter egg idea. Maybe in one of the Soria levels, I'll have like his ship like hidden somewhere, and it's like the Sharp Claw like tried to paint it and like add a bunch of stuff to it, and it's just like a complete mess. I don't know. Or they like took parts of the wreck of his ship and they tried to like make a new ship out of it, and it just doesn't work. Let's see. Are Aperoids showing up? They are eventually. Not quite yet, but eventually. Let's see. Odd thought. Cornerian variants of Venom ships. I actually did consider the idea that it was rather the other way around, where some Venom ships were actually just Cornerian ships, but I don't think Andros would do that. Especially because he's getting technology and stuff from Chimerians. He'd probably want to use the better technology. But you're suggesting the other way around, where Corneria adapts Venom ships. Maybe. Vermilion Face Unit. Thoughts on the Ace Combat games? Well, I've actually never played any of the Ace Combat games. However, I do have Ace Combat 7 Skies Unknown installed. I've had it installed on my desktop for 2 years, and I haven't played it yet. One of these days I'm going to play it, so I can't really give thoughts on the Ace Combat games because I haven't played them. I know that's kind of insane because they're pretty close to Star Fox in some regards. In fact, if I remember right, they were made by the people who made Star Fox Assault, at least the older Ace Combat games, but one of these days I'll play Ace Combat 7. I bought it 2 years ago and I've had it installed, but I haven't had time to play it yet. I have about 20 games I've bought and installed sitting on my desktop that I haven't played yet. See, I have Dungeons and Dragons, Chronicles of Mystara installed that I haven't played yet. I have Iron Marines. I have Warhammer 40k Space Marine Anniversary Edition installed and I haven't played it yet. I have First Squadron installed and haven't played it yet. There's another Star Fox game that I've been looking forward to, but I just haven't had time to play it. I have Ace Combat installed. I have MechWarrior 5 installed and I haven't played it yet. And then I have a game I've been wanting to play for years and I found it on Steam. Disney's Treasure Planet Battle of Procyon. I have that installed, but I haven't played it yet. I've been wanting to play that one for years because it's a real-time strategy game made by Disney around Treasure Planet. That's such a freaking weird idea. I had to play it. So yeah, those are just some of the games I have. I have Terminator Resistance. I haven't played it yet. I have Mech Blaze installed. I haven't played it yet. And Defense Grid 2 I have installed and haven't played it yet. And I just got Galactic Civilizations 4 because it was on sale. and I haven't played it yet. So yeah, I don't have enough time to play games that much. I'll usually play a game about an hour before I go to sleep at night, and I usually play each game I get at least 30 hours, especially if it's a game I like, I'll play it longer than that. So it usually takes me at least a month or two to like play through an entire game, and I have a whole backlog of games, and sometimes a new game comes out that I really want to play, so I'll end up playing that first. So yeah, one of these days I'll get to Ace Combat. Anyway, hang on just a second, guys. Am I still live? YouTube is acting like I'm not live anymore. Okay, I think I'm still live. I think I'm still live. It looks like I think just the YouTube's display was frozen for a minute there, but I think I was live the whole time. Anyway, any more questions, or am I going to get back to the model? Okay, I'm not seeing any new questions. So, I'm going to keep modeling this. I'm going to keep pressing on. I'm going to get something of this done. Alright, so I'm gonna focus on getting at least the center part of the ship done, and I'll do the wings if I have time. Or not really wings, but oh yeah, there's actually two of these. So let me unwrap this. Oh yeah, I was gonna put a hangar bay in. Okay, so yeah, there's two of them. And then the hangar bay is going to go on the top one, probably. Let's lower that a little bit. And yeah, I'll put the hangar bay on the top one. And then yeah, I'll probably have a launching hangar bay in the front too. And then I'll just have them launch out of all sides. It'll look cool. When you're flying up and out of the atmosphere from Soria, and you're looking at Shears' ship and you see all the fighters coming out of the sides and the front, I think that'll look really cool. Okay, so yeah, I'll have the hangar bay a little bit forward because they'll keep the gyrocopters in the back and they come out the top. And then I will have. Don't want it to be too big. Maybe there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I want it to be kind of symmetrical. 1, 2, 3, 4. See, I'll put it more like, whoops, I'll put it more like right here. Yeah. Actually, well, I need to make sure it's big enough for the ships to actually come out. I actually might need to make his ship bigger in general. I might need to make it a little bigger. That's big enough for about 2.5 ships to come flying out, and then they can be stored in the lower. They can be stored in the lower compartment, and then like they get lifted up, and then they launch out maybe. Or because they're actually the Sharp Claw ships that are vertical. They're probably more like the Star Furies in Babylon 5, where they're on hangar racks that rotate and then launch them out. Let's see if I can find a good GIF of that. I could put it on the background. Star Fury launch. I don't know how many people in here are familiar with the Star Furies from Babylon 5. I'm having trouble finding a GIF, however it's pronounced. Oh, there we go. Here, I'll show you guys. Let me save this image to the desktop, or where's my live stream folder? Let me show you guys how I'm going to have the Sharp Claw fighters launch. Where's the folder? There it is. Save. And let me put it into the live stream so I can show you guys. Oh, it's a web PB, not a GIF. Damn it. Oh, well, I guess I can't show you because it's not a GIF, and I think it'll take me too long to convert it to a GIF. Whatever. The fighters are going to launch out of this hangar bay like the fighters in Babylon 5, so just take my word for it. Anyway, let me make the actual opening now. Extrude. Let me see how I did the hangar bay down here. I'm pretty sure I beveled. Oh no, I actually made it a square. If I was modeling this today, I wouldn't have it. I'd have it a bit of an octagon. Yeah, you can even see the little landing details there and the lights. Little landing strip. All right. So yeah, I want to insert edge loop there and there and lower those there. And let's bring the hangar bay in. And I'll have it go all the way through the other side. So I'll just bring it to the middle there. Uh-oh. Okay. And then, yeah, I'll make it so the player can fly through. So I'll probably have that all open up over there too. So yeah, I'll make it. In fact, I actually might make it so one of the weak points in this boss fight is actually in the hangar. So yeah, I think I'm going to make it so you can fly into the hangar and start blowing stuff up. I don't know about the gyrocopter hangar though. I might keep it closed off. We'll see. But the actual main hangar bay, I think I'm going to make it so you can fly in and destroy some stuff. So let's put an edge loop there and an edge loop there. And another edge loop here. And let's nuke that. Oh, I need to put another edge loop up there. There we go. Perfect. And I don't know. If the player can fly into the hangar bay, I do think I'm going to make the ship a little bit larger, though. I don't want the ship to be too big because it's supposed to be smaller than the Salvadora, which the Salvadora is a really big ship, which you'll also probably be able to fly into the hangar bay. But, maybe I'll make the ship just a little bit bigger, but not too much bigger. So let's put this into a group. I'll put that into a group also, because I need to scale that to be bigger also. Maybe about 25% bigger or 30% bigger. Let's see if the... It's still, I don't know, that still seems kind of small to me. It's a fine size for, like, you know, the AI fighters coming out, but for the player, like, actually being able to fly through it, I don't know. I feel like it needs to be bigger. You know, I'll decide later. I can always just scale the ship up bigger later. I'll just stick with that for now. And move on to other parts of the ship. Oh, I noticed Silver Fox asked, are the chicken wrecks from Zero coming back? Sort of. Kind of a yes, sort of. Not exactly, but kind of. More so like the actual ones in Star Fox 2. Which aren't really chicken, so I guess that's no, actually, but kind of. Now I forgot what I was doing. Oh yeah, I was going to add some more detail, a little more details here. I'll do them as little separate parts instead of extruding and whatnot. Yeah, probably make these like glowing bits maybe, because I love things that glow. Anyone who knows me know that I'm kind of obsessed with things that glow. I'm not 100% sure why. I've always liked things that glow. Maybe it's just because I was born in the 90s. I don't know. Yes, Tron is one of my favorite movies. The original Tron. It's a really cool little movie. I know it's not... I know that the first Tron movie does have a fan base, but I know quite a few people that actually don't like it. I actually think it's a shockingly good movie. I saw it once when I was a little kid, and it kind of went over my head, and then I hadn't seen it for probably like 25, probably more like 30 years, and I'd heard over the years, oh, it's bad, the CGI in it's bad. And, I'd seen some of the CGI, clips here and there. And I'm like, yeah, the CGI looks kind of bad. And then a few years ago, I finally watched through the whole thing. And I was shocked by how good the first Tron movie was. For a movie made in a time when, like, no one really understood computers or video games, it's a surprisingly better video game movie than almost any video game movie that came after it. But it's not really a video game movie. Like it's a very strange sci-fi movie. It's one of the first sci-fi movies where it's basically the villains in Tron are trying to purposely erase the existence of God, which is really strange for a sci-fi premise. It's such a strange movie, but it's such a cool movie, and it's got some of the cast from Babylon 5 in it, like Bruce Boxleitner's in it, freaking Londo Mollari's in it, and it's just a cool little movie. I didn't like the sequel nearly as much, even though a lot of people seem to actually think that one's better. But I don't know. I don't really like the second one nearly as much. And now they're making a third one, which doesn't even have Tron in it. So why is it called Tron? I don't know. Disney is weird. But yeah, I love things that glow, and Tron is one of my favorite movies. Okay. That is looking close to what I imagined. And I'll bring those down there. Although I think part of that is covered up by, they can go into the wing. That's fine. All right, now let's work on the part under the bridge. So like this part back here, I'm going to make next. Sorry, I'm just eyeing up some things from... Make sure I'm fine with that. Yeah, I'm fine with that. For now, anyway. I'm probably going to change it 50 times later. Is everyone commenting on Tron now? The Zeram battle cruiser flying over a volcano. Are we looking at a preview of the confrontation between Fox and Shears? Yes, this is the ship that Shears is in command of. Disney has gone completely corpo, and I hate it. Yeah, Disney does that every now and again. Disney's come and gone in waves. In the 90s, they kind of, like the late 80s and the 90s, they kind of got back on track. And then the late 90s and early 2000s, they went completely off the rails and nearly destroyed themselves. And then they kind of got their act together in the late 2000s. And so this isn't actually an unusual thing for Disney. The company's gone through waves of fixing itself and then wrecking everything like a decade later, and then fixing itself and then wrecking everything a decade later. They're very kind of bipolar company in that regard. It's not just Disney though. I think it's just the state of everything, right? Everything's just kind of a mess right now that I don't want to excuse Disney. So don't interpret this as me like defending Disney, but there's a lot of crazy stuff going on right now, financially and economically and politically, and just let me put it this way: I do not envy the people in charge of Disney. They partially got themselves into that situation. So again, a lot of the blame is on them, but they're not in an enviable position right now at all. If I was in charge of Disney right now, I probably would bail out. I'd probably be like, look, it's all crazy right now. Someone interested and trustworthy, just take over. I'm retiring. I do not envy the people in charge of Disney right now. Anyway. Let's see, a third Tron that isn't Tron. Yeah, sounds like something Disney would do. That's what I heard. I heard that Tron isn't... They're making... I think it's called Tron Ares or something. And I heard that Tron isn't even going to be in the movie. So, to be fair, Tron is barely in the second movie. Oddly enough, they had Bruce Boxleitner was in the movie, like his counterpart in the real world. So it's not like they didn't have access to the actor, but when they go into the virtual world, Tron is like only in it for a few moments, and I don't even think he has any speaking lines, and he's barely relevant to the actual story in the second movie. So I guess to be fair, Tron was almost not even in the second movie anyway. So, and I don't know, I didn't really care for the second movie that much. It was fine, but I didn't think it was nearly as interesting as the first Tron movie. What was your last question, Crystal Kingdom? Let me scroll up. Let's see. Do you think you could implement a feature similar to an aircraft tree from Ace Combat Infinity and 7? Well, I haven't played Ace Combat Infinity. I do have 7 installed, but I haven't played it yet, so I'm not 100% sure what the aircraft tree is. If it's awesome, then yeah, maybe I'll find a way to implement it. But I'm not sure. I'm not sure I know what exactly that feature is. But Wispy Whiskers. Don't feel bad for Disney execs. Good people don't end up there. Yeah, like I was trying to say, I don't want to like sound like I'm defending them or siding with them or trying to excuse them. Like they've all done and been part of horrible decisions that they were conscious of. But I'm just trying to point out that there are a lot of other things also going on that's a bit outside of their control that make it difficult to correct what's been going on, even if they wanted to correct what's been going on. So yeah, that's all I was really trying to say, is the situation is a little bit more complex than a bunch of people with money made a bunch of bad decisions. That is true, but that's not the only thing that's true. Anyway, when you're all done in the future, would you ever do art comms? Like commissions? I've done commissions before, but obviously I stopped doing them because I don't have enough time. Gagnatar is going to be reeing at that. See ya, Y-Wing guy. Thank you for showing up, and you have a good one. Let's see, how long have I been going? 2.5 hours. I'm going to try and make it to 3 hours. So I'm going to try and get the bridge area done before I call it quits for the day. Anyway, let me see how they did it here. It looks like it's rounded. I'm probably going to go for something more angular to stick with. I really like how the rounded part looks, though. I really do like that. But the Venom aesthetic. Ooh. I kind of like how they did that there. So I actually think I'm going to do that down here with these. I think I'm going to have them go in on the back there. Instead of making them perfectly flat, I'm going to have them angled a little bit like that. Yeah! And I'll have these come out a bit more. Oops. Another annoying thing about Maya, I have to select each independent one by one. Yeah, that looks kind of cool. And then maybe I'll have like little hidden gun ports in there, although no, I'm going to have guns here, and that would kind of be in the way of those. So I think those are just like little flourishes that we have no idea what their actual function is. Maybe that's where the missiles are stored, and then they get loaded into the missile bays, and they fire out the front there. But anyway, back to here. Let me take a look at this for a second. So I'm going to make the bridge a little bit more like the first Zeram, where it's kind of got this thing going on, but I'm going to conform it to the shape of the bridge I did, the interior of the bridge that I did for the cinematic. And it's probably going to go further back. Oh, no. Yeah, it'll probably go where they put the turret here. The bridge, they're probably going to put the bridge back there. Maybe a little bit forward. That's such a bad place to put a... I know a lot of sci-fi does this, like Star Trek does it, everyone does this, because, you know, they model, like, they base ships off of, like, naval ships, but you never, if you're in space, you want your bridge in, like, the heart of your ship. You don't want it up on the top like that. You want it inside. It doesn't bother me that much, though. You know, sci-fi is there to be all wacky and fun, but this is, yeah, this is Star Fox. Star Fox is not sci-fi. It is gonzo at the best. That's what makes Star Fox so fun, is because there's just all kinds of crazy shit in it that wouldn't actually work. So I'm going to have the bridge, yeah, I'm going to have the bridge back there. All right, so I think I'll make it separate instead of extruding everything. And we'll do that. I'll delete the middle out from there. And let me get that out of the way. And it looks like it angles about there. And that starts angling up about there. Alright, cool. Let's see, how does it... Okay, it goes in pretty far. That's angled. Alright, so I'm gonna have to do some things here. Right about there. Then a second one. And bring that in. And let me put that back down below. Yeah, I don't know what these are supposed to be, but I like these two, like, sweeping teeth things at the back. I don't know, I think that's kind of a cool looking little flourish. I don't know, whoever designed this ship, I don't know if you'll ever see this, but I really, really, really like your Zeram that you made for Shadows of Lilat. It's a really cool extrapolation of the original Zeram from 64. I really like it. It looks like a proper, like, Mark II version of the ship. And it's a nice transition point between that and the Salvadora, which is really cool. So yeah, if any of you know who did that design, let me know, because I would love to give them proper credit. At the moment, it's just credited as Shadows of Lilat team, because it doesn't actually... I don't know who actually made this the original model. I have a suspicion it was Axum, but I don't know for certain. If I remember right, Axum made the attack carrier model in Shadows of Lilat. And I suspect this was a boss, and it looked like he did a lot of the boss ships for that project. So I have a feeling Axum is the guy who did this one, but I don't know for certain. Where are the mass drivers? Wispy Whiskers. The mass driver, it's going to be... See this thing down here? It's going to be a giant, like, magnetic kind of railgun thing that comes out of the bottom here. I just realized they implicate, like, the anthropomorphic implications of a giant... Never mind. You guys could use your imagination. Oh, your dirty imagination. Yeah, the giant gun is going to go on the bottom there. Alright, let me highlight this. Oh, shoot, it's all... There we go. Why is the... Let me get the grid off. Okay, so... Oh, that's interesting. Okay, so those are also separate parts. Oh, that's strange. That topology is very... That is... No, they're all one mesh. Oh, I see what's going on. It's tri... Okay, it's a tri, that's why. No, it's not. It's a quad. That is a... Okay, that quad almost looks like a tri. I don't know what's going on here. That is an n-gon right there. That is not a quad or a tri. It was 2009. It was a different time. 2009 is when everything went to hell. That was 2009. Yeah, that was when Spirit Tracks came out. That's when everything went to hell. That's when Zelda went off the rails. That was right after the 2008 freaking housing market crash. That's when all the video game companies started going out of business, and just 2009 was, if you love video games, at least for me, 2009 was a terrible, terrible year. And it got really bad, you know, a few years after 2009. To me, like 2009 to 2014 is such a horrible period of time in like video game history. I know things are really bad right now, but I think people were still riding off the high of things in like 2009. But man, like between 2009 and 2014, I can only think of like 3 or 4 games that came out that I actually liked. Like there was FTL, I think that was in 2011, I think. Skyrim came out in 2011. I kind of like Skyrim. What else came out in that time? Yeah, I'm really struggling. Oh, Dawn of War 2. No, Dawn of War 2 is technically before then. The expansion packs for Dawn of War 2 came out in that time period, though. And I love Dawn of War 2. That's one of my favoriteest games ever. But yeah, other than that, like, God, 2009 and 2014 was such a bad time for video games. At least for me. Like, no games I like came out in that time period. And then in 2014, Endless Legend came out, and that kind of like ended the dark ages for me. And then suddenly a lot of good games were coming out. Like City Skylines came out right after that. Grey Goo came out right after that. And then there was kind of like there's a few years there, like 2015 to a few years after that. There's a lot of Stellaris came out in 2016, like my favorite game of all time, basically. But yeah, man, 2009 was rough. And then, oh my God, Skyward Sword came out in 2011. That was like the worst game ever. Skyward Sword, that's probably the game that like killed Zelda for me. Like that game is so... I'm sorry, there's probably people in the audience that like Skyward Sword, but man, that game was rough. Man, and then I don't think any Star Fox games came out in that time period, so that says a lot too. What else? Actually, I think Halo 4 came out. Was that 2012, 2011? And I know this is going to be a really controversial take, but I actually liked Halo 4. I know for a lot of people that was a really terrible game, but I actually really like Halo 4. I'm weird. I hated Skyward Sword, but I loved Halo 4. And I still like Halo 4. I played it a second time like 2 or 3 years ago, and I actually thought it was even better the second time I played it. That's good. That's going to get me lynched by someone. Like, what? Halo 4 sucks. Nah, I like Halo 4 quite a lot. Oh man, I'm curious to see how people react to that one actually, because I know a lot of people don't like Halo 4. But I'm rather fond of that game. I thought it was. Now, despite the fact that I say I like Halo 4, I actually feel like they made tons of mistakes with it. I really feel like it should have been set like hundreds, if not thousands of years in the future, and basically Master Chief is just kind of introduced to an entirely new world where nothing's the same as it was. I feel like that was kind of lame, that, oh, it's only been like a few years and everything's still the same and like nothing's really changed since the end of Halo 3. I feel like that was just the biggest fucking wasted opportunity of all time. Like, they had a perfect built-in excuse to basically start a whole new series, and they kind of just didn't. But for what's in the game, I kind of like it. It's a nice game, in my opinion. Tim Saylor said, have you played Breath of the Wild? I did for a little while. And while I don't think it's nearly as god-awful as Skyward Sword, I didn't really like Breath of the Wild that much. I don't really like open world games that much in general, though. So it's already fighting an uphill battle by being kind of like an open world game. And I also kind of thought the voice acting in it was really subpar, and I don't really like the... This was also one of the problems I had with Skyward Sword. The visual aesthetics in those games look really kind of like ugly and outdated to me. They don't really look like art styles. They look more like they're fighting against the bad hardware of the consoles that they're on, and that really bothers me. Because if you look at the actual like the 2D artwork of Skyward Sword, like the actual artwork, you know, not the in-game graphics, the actual artwork for Skyward Sword, it actually looks really good. But like the models in Skyward Sword look horrible. Like whenever Groose does his like his smile or whatever, his mouth is like a diamond shape. It's so bad. And to me that comes off as like, wow, the Wii is such a terrible, like, underpowered garbage console. We can't have the mouth be more than like 4 edges wide, or I think it was like 6 edges. Like that kind of bothers me, because that comes off as like them being super cheap and lazy, and it really bothers me. So yes, I played Breath of the Wild for a little bit, and it just didn't really do anything for me, so I never finished it. And I haven't played the newest one. I did see... I won't name drop them, but I know someone who got a copy of the game like 2 weeks early, and I watched them play it for like an hour, and let's just say I was laughing quite a lot at the intro of the game, and I kind of just decided I'm not even going to bother. And I haven't played the newest one either, the one where you play Zelda. That one, to be fair, looks a lot better, but I won't know until I play it. And I probably never will, because I'm kind of just sick of Zelda, but I feel like I'm getting sidetracked now. Yeah, I don't really want this to be rounded. So let me move this back a little bit so it's not quite as round. Anyway, and now I'm getting sidetracked by the chat. As long as you guys are fine with me getting sidetracked by the chat. Let's see, command scenario is... Oh, that comment disappeared that I was reading. Command scenario is laughably bad with some good ideas in here. Yeah, command's got some weird story beats. See, Lucky Black. I mean, a lot of people don't like Twilight Princess, but I love it. Twilight Princess is fantastic. Depending on my mood, sometimes I'll say it's my favorite Zelda game. It definitely seems like nowadays there are a lot of people that doesn't like it, but that wasn't the case when it came out. When that game came out, actually, I take that back. I know one person that did not like Twilight Princess that much when it came out, which actually really surprised me because that kind of game was like their kind of game. Like Midna was like their kind of character, and I was shocked to find out that they didn't like the game. And they got it before me because I don't know if you guys remember when the Wii came out, like it was sold out everywhere. I had Twilight Princess. I got a copy of it the day it came out, but we couldn't find the Nintendo Wii anywhere. And I didn't get a Wii until February of the following year because it was that sold out. So I didn't play Twilight Princess for that. You know, I had it and everything, and I couldn't play it that Christmas. Because I couldn't get a Wii, and I didn't want to fork out money for the GameCube version, which I had the GameCube. So, but my friend had it, and they were actually telling me they weren't really enjoying the game that much, and they didn't think they were going to finish it. So I actually was getting a bit of a sinking feeling that I'm like, oh, is Twilight Princess not going to be that great? My friend doesn't seem to like it that much, and then I ended up really, really liking that game. And I still really, really like that game. And Midna's probably still like my favorite Zelda character, like to this day. And this might upset Crystal fans, but Midna might even be my favorite Nintendo character to this day. I don't know. I'll have to think about that one. Okay, no, it doesn't arc down like that. There's like a little pylon thing there. So, shoot. I wasn't paying attention and I messed this up a little bit. But Sharp Claws built this, so it doesn't have to be absolutely perfect. Just perfect enough. Let's see, did nobody play Little Big Planet 2? I played the first one, but no, I didn't play the second Little Big Planet. I played it quite a bit at one of my friends' houses. It was kind of like a party game that we played. Ocarina and Twilight are tied as my favorites. Yeah, I would say Ocarina, Majora's Mask, and Twilight Princess. Those three games, depending on the day of the week and my mood, I'm going to say one of those three games is my favorite. But I think Majora's Mask is probably the best. It's really hard to say because Majora's Mask is pretty different from the other two. I don't know. Depends on what day of the week it is. It's Sunday, so I'm going to say Majora's Mask is the best of the three because it's Sunday. See, Morgan says, I didn't really like Twilight Princess that much when it came out. I think it's mostly because I was disappointed that Ganon was again the final boss. I would actually agree that I feel like Ganondorf did not need to be in that game. He definitely feels like he's been tacked on at the end, and the game really could have ended after you just kill Zant. He really didn't need to be in that game. I don't think he really detracts from the game, but he does feel kind of wow, I'm having a brain fart. What word was I just going to use? He feels tacked on. I guess I'll say that. But his design in that game is so cool. That's probably like the coolest design he has. He looks like a freaking Babylonian emperor in that game. It's really cool. But yeah, he didn't really need to be in Twilight Princess. My other problem with Twilight Princess is I'm annoyed it's not a direct sequel to Majora's Mask and Ocarina of Time. With a few slight tweaks, it could have been a direct sequel. I don't know why they didn't do that though. That's always kind of bothered me that it's not the same Link from those two games. All they had to do is be like, oh, Link settled down in Ordon after he left Hyrule and did all his wacky stuff in Termina or whatever, and then he became adult Link and he settled down in Ordon, replaced Hylia with Malon or something, and then something's happening and Princess Zelda has summoned him back to back to Hyrule Castle. Then you get there, and oh, it's not Princess Zelda, it's Midna, and then the rest of the game is basically the same. Like, just a few really small tweaks, and it would have been a really, really, really good direct sequel to Majora's Mask and Ocarina of Time, and I've always been upset that that wasn't the case. But Nintendo's allergic to sequels, so even the new game that just came out is barely a sequel to Breath of the Wild, even though it was marketed as the sequel to Breath of the Wild. And it just ignores tons of stuff that happened in that game, apparently. It's been fun listening to a few videos of people complaining about that, and I'm like, that's nothing new. Nintendo's been really sequel allergic with Zelda for ages. Unlike Star Fox, which actually does seem to kind of actually have direct sequels, at least until Zero. Morgan. I think Nintendo never really cared about continuity. The story in most Zelda games always seems like an afterthought. Yeah, they flat out said that. Well, Miyamoto and Onuma have said that, and I always take what they say with a grain of salt, but they've said that they make the game first, and then they come up with like some kind of story scenario after the game is done. Which, well, it worked for Ocarina of Time and Majora's Mask, so it's possible to make something awesome with that methodology. Well, actually, I don't know about Majora's Mask. I know Koizumi had quite a bit to do with Majora's Mask. And I remember Koizumi is, I don't remember what the exact quote is, but Koizumi is on record saying he had to sneak the plot into Majora's Mask under Miyamoto's nose, which is really funny to me. Or was it Onuma's nose? I think he said Miyamoto. So bring back Koizumi. I kind of suspect Koizumi's the reason Ocarina of Time and Majora's Mask are so good. Is because of that guy. Who, if I'm correct, he hasn't worked on a Zelda game since Majora's Mask. I know that he did concept art for Twilight Princess that they rejected. And I think he also did concept art for Breath of the Wild that was rejected. So yeah, bring back Koizumi. That guy seems like he has some pretty cool Zelda ideas that are more in line with the stuff I like. At the very least, he'd probably make a Zelda game that doesn't have a garbage plot. See, Crystal Kingdom General says, Nintendo has this dislike towards stories. Have you played Mario Galaxy 1? I have not played Mario Galaxy 1, but I have played a few other Mario games, and yeah, they don't really have much of a plot. Strangely, Star Fox seems to have lucked out. All of the Star Fox games, relative to the time that they were made, actually seem to have some kind of plot. You know, the quality is, you know, kind of up and down, but it's better than continuity between Zelda games at the very least. Like if Star Fox was made with like the kind of mentality of Zelda, then Crystal would have disappeared in Assault. Andross would have been the villain in Assault again. Like the Aperoids would have like just been like Andross. Let's see. Fox would probably have like some other family member that totally did stuff in the Lilat Wars, even though he was never mentioned in Star Fox 64. All the lore would get changed. Like General Pepper would just, yeah. We had it really good back in the day with Star Fox, even though it kind of died after Command. Zelda's just kind of a bit of a mess, at least for my tastes. And I don't know about Mario, because I haven't really kept up with Mario since 2002. From what I understand, Metroid is actually still pretty good, though. If Gagnatar's in the audience, he'll correct me or agree with me or disagree, because I know Gagnatar really likes Metroid. I haven't played a Metroid game in quite a long time, though. I did play Super Metroid again, like 2 or 3 years ago. I hadn't played that in ages, and that game is awesome. But other than that, I haven't played a Metroid game since Fusion, which I think was 2002, so around the same time I stopped playing Mario. Let's see, Rosalina's storybook was largely written behind Miyamoto's back during Mario Galaxy 1's development. Was it Koizumi who did that? Let me look this up. Let me see if Koizumi was responsible for that in Super Mario Galaxy. That'll be really funny. Yoshikai Koizumi, did you work on Super Mario Galaxy? Yeah! Koizumi is credited as the director, game designer, and story for Super Mario Galaxy. So the fact that he said that he had to write it behind Miyamoto's back during the development of Mario Galaxy 1 sounds about right, because he said something similar with Majora's Mask. Oh man, that's really funny. Poor Koizumi. That's too funny. Yeah, bring Koizumi back to Zelda and just don't let Miyamoto on the project while he's working on it. I don't even remember what I was doing now. I think I got really sidetracked with the whole conversation there with Nintendo stuff, but let me finish this part back here, and then I'll do the bridge on the top, and then that'll probably be where I end the stream after I put the bridge on top. I think I've been going for 3 hours now. Let's see, how long I've been going. Oh, still under 3 hours, so yeah, I'll probably go between 3 and 3.5 hours finishing this last part. So I'll just kind of box this in back here. Oh, what the hell? Whoops. Let me redo that. Man, that Super Mario thing is really funny. The Mario Galaxy thing. I had to stealthily write like journal entries of a character in this game without Miyamoto like noticing. That is too funny. I could not work on a project like that. I would be going insane, having like someone over me being like, "No, you can't have plot in the game." Like having to do it all in secret. That's just, I don't know, man. I have a friend who's taken he's taken development classes under Miyamoto, because apparently Miyamoto teaches classes in Japan, and he's even said like, man, Miyamoto just really does not, he really seems to think that adding like context to a video game through something like a story is just a waste of time and resources, which is really sad if that's really true. I don't know, man. Koizumi doesn't seem to share his opinion though. But Miyamoto's his superior, so not much you can do in that business environment. Except sneak it all in under the boss's nose, apparently. It really does make me wonder what else like that we don't know about that might have been better. Like maybe Skyward Sword had like a better, I don't know, maybe like a better kind of story going on, and then Miyamoto was like, nah. I don't know. Who knows? I do know that originally in Twilight Princess, Miyamoto basically wanted a time-traveling Terminator with a machine gun in it. Maybe that could have worked, but that sounds really wacky. Can you imagine that? Like, a Zelda game. It's probably going to happen one day now that I've said it, but like a Zelda game where the premise of the game is a time-traveling robot from the future is trying to gun Link down with a machine gun. Man, We had it so good back in the day. All right. I want to elevate that a little bit because I'm going to put the giant engines down there. I really like this grill thing that they did here on the back. I might actually add that to the original Zeram cruiser in Event Horizon because I don't know why I like this grill back here. I'm not even sure what exactly it is. I don't know if it's supposed to be some kind of impulse thrusters, but I really like those grills back there. The grill. So I think I'm going to actually go back and retroactively add it to the other Zeram cruiser later on. I might even just copy the geometry that I make for this Zeram and just slap it onto that one and redo the ambient occlusion. Okay, that actually comes in a little bit there. So let's bring that in. Alrighty. Coolio. Now let's just do the bridge. And then I'll probably stop live streaming after I finish the bridge. And that's a little big, so I want to scale the bridge to be about the size of... I should have imported little tiny people. Let's go inside. Yeah, that might actually be about the right size. See, there's the window. It doesn't have to be 100% perfectly scaled. There actually are things in Event Horizon that are perfectly scaled a little bit larger than they actually would be. Like Tricky and Kite are actually a little bit larger than they would be. So that when you're flying in the sky next to like Slippy and Peppy and the R-Wings, their R-Wings don't look super gigantic. And likewise, so when Crystal's flying around on Kite when you're in the R-Wing, she doesn't look like really super tiny. So there are some things in the game that are actually purposely scaled wrong so that they don't look really weird in the game. So the bridge doesn't have to be perfectly scaled, but it's looking like that's a pretty good size for the bridge. So I'll go ahead and use that, and I'll move it forward a little bit. Let me look at the original one really quick. Let me bring it a little bit closer so I can actually look at it while I'm making the bridge up here. Okay, so I'll start out with a cube as usual. And I'll bring that up. Apparently not up. I'll box you in. And make sure that's in the middle there. And delete that. And bring that up. Okay, cool. So we got the basic box. And then that's elevated there. I'll probably put like a dome. Not a dome. Yeah, well, there actually is a dome on the inside. So yeah, I'll put a dome on the top. It's going against the Venom aesthetic, but every now and again there can be a round, a circular Venom thing. Oh, that one guy's got a question. He's got two questions. Have firearms ever appeared in Zelda at all? Yes, they actually have. In Twilight Princess, Aru had a hand cannon, which is technically a firearm. It's basically the medieval version of a bazooka or it's not really like a bazooka. It's basically a giant bamboo tunnel that fires out projectiles with gunpowder. Cannons, if you want to count those, I guess technically aren't firearms because they're mounted, but cannons were in Wind Waker. Tetra has a pistol, which is a firearm, so that's a little bit kind of chronologically out of place for the the setting of Zelda, but you could argue that Wind Waker is kind of long in the future because, it's long after Hyrule's been flooded and there might be, they have cannons, they might have gunpowder and firearms at that point. And firearms actually did exist in the Middle Ages. They just weren't really used until the very tail end of the Middle Ages. There's various reasons for that, but guns actually have been around a really, really long time. They didn't become popular until the the last century of the Middle Ages. Like I'm drawing a blank. Historians will correct me, but in the 14 and 1500s is when they started to gain traction. But they were around before then, so some kind of some kind of medieval firearm isn't exactly out of place in Zelda, but a fucking machine gun probably would be. Although you could argue in Miyamoto's idea, the machine gun is from the future. It's time traveling, so whatever. I'm pretty sure there was another firearm that I'm forgetting, but those are the two that come to mind: is Aru's hand cannon and Tetra's pistol. Anyway, and he asked a second question. Will we be able to pilot other character ships like a Wolfen? Yes, in the current release, the current demo, you can actually pilot Farah's R-Wing after she joins the team. You can actually pilot her R-Wing, and you can unlock the Super Nintendo R-Wing if you finish the tutorial. And yeah, you'll be able to pilot all the different R-Wings after they come into play. And there's a bunch of other ships you can unlock too that aren't R-Wings, like the Wolfen. Let's see. Or even a Venom fight. Yeah, I already answered that. See, Zelda has always been kind of anachronistic. That is true. It's a fantasy universe that doesn't really fit into any period of history. It's a mixed bag of different things from a different time period. That is true, but I would say it never really went crazy with its anachronism until much later. Definitely not to, something like in Final Fantasy in the first game, there's a fucking electric walker mech thing. Final Fantasy has always kind of been the thing I compare it to. In Zelda, there really wasn't anything I would call super anachronistic until maybe Majora's Mask. That's the first game where there's some weird things in it that don't really fit. There's a motorboat in Majora's Mask that really feels out of place. Is Majora's Mask the one that has the electronic jukebox in it too? I think that was Majora's Mask. I mean, I don't think it actually is an electronic jukebox. It's trying to look like one though. But for me, it really was, what was the game where it really just went off the rails? I mean, Breath of the Wild just introduced actual freaking robot mechs. Although there was robots in Skyward Sword, so, I mean, it's not just a Zelda problem. It's actually been a thing, well, it's not a problem to everyone. It's been a thing in almost every fantasy series where they're slowly transforming all of these different fantasy series into sci-fi because they can't help themselves. I even remember an article a few years ago when they were considering making was it a Lord of the Rings game or was it the Rings of Power show where they were saying that they were actually gonna have modern firearms in their Lord of the Rings thing, and they were well, Tolkien never said there wasn't, so, and I'm but it's a fantasy about a very specific time period and setting, and you want to you know what I'm saying? To me, Zelda is swords and sorcery. As far as its genre, it very much, at least the earlier games, they came off very much like the 80s kind of the 80s sword and sorcery movies. One of my favorite movies ever is the Sword and the Sorcerer. To me, the Sword and the Sorcerer is a Zelda movie. And that movie was made, I think, almost a decade before the first Zelda game. Or Legend, that's a movie almost everyone's seen. Legend has a pretty similar structure to a Zelda game. You know, there's no fucking machine guns and shit in that game. It's all sorcery, or in that movie, it's all sorcery. Like, I don't know. I feel like turning Zelda or Lord of the Rings or all of these like kind of like fantasy settings into like modern or sci-fi things is kind of missing the point of why, at least why I kind of liked those things. Like, if I want sci-fi, I'll go to something that was sci-fi, like Star Trek or Metroid or what else? Well, Star Fox is loosely sci-fi. I don't know. To each their own, though. A lot of people seem to like the new Zelda stuff with all the robots and stuff. So apparently it's more just people like me that don't seem to really like that all that much. I don't even remember what the question was. What was the original question? I don't know how I went on that tangent. I think the question was about the... Oh, no, it was Morgan commenting about Zelda being anachronistic. Yeah. Yeah, to be fair, Zelda's always had a bit of anachronism in it, so... I personally just think it wasn't really extreme until some of the more recent games. And in fact, I'm struggling to think of anything like kind of that stands out in the first few Zelda games. Probably, I think in Link's Awakening, if I remember right, there's a freaking telephone. So Link's Awakening definitely has some strange stuff that doesn't really fit in the Zelda games before it. Let's see, need to add custom ship importer with. I'm not sure what Gagnatar is talking about there. Can make the dome octagonal or hexagonal. Oh yeah, yeah. I do have. I mean, the bridge itself is an octagon with an elongated front. So yeah, maybe I'll make the dome an octagon, but I'd have to remodel the dome in the cinematic on the inside, which is round. Yeah, TOT taking the cake. Yeah, I think Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom. That's the point where it became pretty unavoidable that there's not really any magic in air quotes in Zelda anymore. It's basically just technology, and that's just, I don't know. I don't like that. To me, I know a lot of people they like to quote, was it Asimov who said, you know, any sufficiently advanced technology is indistinguishable from magic, but it's actually the other way around. Technology is actually a subcategory of magic. I know some people in the audience are going to be like, oh, he's starting to sound like a weird hippie, but no, technology has existed since the dawn of civilization. Humans have understood technology, and technology was always... It's a subset of magic. Magic is a much larger category. So to me, turning everything in Zelda to technology is actually limiting. It's putting what's the expression I want to use? It's putting a handicap on it? I don't know. Some expression I can't think of. But that's just me. And apparently they didn't add all the guns and stuff into the Lord of the Rings, so... Although, funnily enough, there's actually a Lord of the Rings story related to the thing I'm talking about. Anyone who knows about Tolkien and some of the stories, some of his ideas that he originally had, in Numenor, he was originally going to give them some kind of like more modern like airplanes, like like World War II era airplanes. I think he said they were steam powered or something. So they probably would have been like high tech but steampunk airplanes or whatever, airships or something. And if I remember right, there's a letter where he said, he said that was like his original idea, but he realized it didn't fit properly into what he had made, and he scrapped those ideas. So even Tolkien, in his wisdom, realized, yeah, these steam planes are really cool, but they would probably fucking ruin the kind of immersion of this world I've made, so I'm just not going to include them. So even Tolkien knew when he was going too far, and that is a man that has an entire chapter in Fellowship of the Ring of what happened to Sam's pony when they got to Moria, and how the pony made it all the way back to the Shire. Even Tolkien knew, like, steam-powered airplanes is probably a little bit too far for Lord of the Rings. Or, I mean, it was technically for, it was for the Numenor story, I think. It wasn't really Lord of the Rings exactly, but, yeah, I think Zelda definitely crossed that line, probably with all the robot stuff. And there's no going back now, at least not for me. There's the windows there. See, Lucky Black says, I like the Sheikah tech, but I feel like it's sort of out of place. I agree, especially because to me, now, we haven't really seen Sheikah in any of the other games other than Impa and Sheik. So, what I'm about to say, I guess, is technically stereotyping, but I always got the impression the Sheikah culture was more like an order of assassins or, ninjas. But apparently they're not. They're just kind of like any other civilization, but they have like the white hair and the red eyes going on, and they're all albino. But they're just, like any other kind of generic medieval civilization now, where they're all just like farmers and craftsmen, and they can also build robots and a de-aging machine that can turn everyone into children. So I didn't really like the way the Sheikah as a culture was portrayed in that game. I did like the aesthetic of like their outfits and stuff, though. I really liked the red, especially the red and white aesthetic that they're kind of a lot of their outfits had. So it wasn't all bad, but it did feel the robots feel really out of place, and yeah, and Skyward Sword, they feel really out of place too, at least in my opinion. Anyway, getting a little sidetracked. Lagging on this bridge here because I'm looking at all these wonderful, wonderful comments and questions that you guys are making. I just realized this bridge does have a odd shape. Let's see, the only time mechs should be put into fantasy is if you're doing Mad Max apocalyptic future and the demons are buffing their dark matter. Well, see, the thing is, if you start out your series that way, then fine. But to me, like, especially like Lord of the Rings, it didn't start out that way. But like, if you're the first game or movie or book or whatever in your series is it's super anachronistic, then that's one thing. But to me, I liked Zelda. I fell in love with that series because it was in what I call the sword and sorcery genre. And to me, while there's possibility of changing the genre to something more sci-fi, it's something I'm not really interested in. I liked Zelda. It's going to make me sound like a boomer, but I liked Zelda for a very specific reason, and now it's not that thing anymore, therefore I don't like it anymore. Like, I'm drawing on the boomer card, it's not the same anymore. I don't like therefore I don't like it. So, to me, like, there's nothing wrong with having a series that's, like, anachronistic like that. I feel like Zelda kind of built up its identity, and then it kind of, like, threw it out a little bit as time went on, but I guess in that regard, Star Fox has been all over the map because every other Star Fox game is a completely and utterly different genre of gameplay. Like Star Fox Adventures is nothing like 64. It's basically a Zelda clone. And then Star Fox Command is just... It's like a turn-based strategy game with little arena levels in it. Even Star Fox 2 is, which Command was inspired by a lot. Star Fox 2 is pretty different from the original one. So yeah, Star Fox has almost never had like a direct sequel to a game where it was the same style of game as the predecessor. That's wild when you think about it. So Tim Saylor, I really wish we had a Zelda game that actually took place when Hyrule was at the height of its glory days. That would have been cool. For me, I'm kind of sick of Hyrule. It's my same problem with Star Fox. Is Star Fox always takes place in the Lilat system, and I feel like a lot of the Zelda games always take place in Hyrule. Like, as far as like the world that Hyrule's set in, we like know almost nothing about like the places neighboring Hyrule. There's like Labyrinth and Holodrum, and I think that's it. Like, can any of you guys name the nation like to the west of Hyrule? Or to the north? Or to the like the series is like what, 30, I think it's almost 40 years old, and we barely know anything about the world outside of Hyrule. That is insane to me. And it's the same thing with Star Fox. With the exception of the Aperoid homeworld, every Star Fox game takes place in the Lilat system, except for that crossover one that they did on the Switch with that other series. Like, the galaxy in Star Fox, it feels so tiny. And like, why is it always in the Lilat system? Why is Zelda always in Hyrule? Like, go somewhere new. Every time a Zelda game is in a different place that isn't Hyrule, it usually ends up being really good. Like Majora's Mask. Or the Oracle games. Those games aren't in Hyrule, and they end up kind of being pretty cool. So, while a Zelda game that's set in Hyrule at, like, the peak of its power, I think would be cool. Personally, I would like a game set in the country right next to Hyrule. Like, what are they up to? What's going on next door to Hyrule? What's their mythology? Like, is Ganon gonna try and conquer them too? I don't know. No, keep Ganondorf out of it for a while. Crystal Kingdom General says, the Orbital Gate would like to talk to you. I did say other than the Aperoid homeworld before I said they always take place in the Lilat system. But that was one level in one Star Fox game that doesn't take place in the Lilat system. And it's at the very end of the game. And surprise, surprise, the Aperoid homeworld is one of the most interesting locations in Star Fox precisely because it's not in the Lilat system. And it's just weird. It's cool. I actually found out not that long ago that Pape Tune isn't in the Lilat system, and I feel kind of embarrassed to realize that. I feel kind of embarrassed that I didn't realize that until recently. But yeah, Pape Tune actually isn't in the Lilat system. It's apparently on the complete other side of the galaxy. So that is why I removed it from the Lilat system map, from my system map in the game. Because I discovered that Pape Tune wasn't in the Lilat system. Okay, there. I think I fixed that part of the bridge. And that's a giant window in the front, which is a huge vulnerability, but this is Star Fox, so these actually need to come down a little bit. And that... Oh! Okay, I completely misread this. That actually needs to go out a little bit. Anyway, Yes, Paytune is Fox's homeworld, yeah. Oh, Gagnart already answered. Okay, maybe not another galaxy, but system. Yeah, although in the English version of Command, in the cursed ending, Crystal goes to an entirely new galaxy, so apparently they can go to other galaxies too, but yeah, I don't necessarily think Star Fox needs to go to a whole new galaxy, just the neighboring star system, for crying out loud. Just somewhere other than Lylat, and you are going to go to places other than Lylat in my Star Fox game for that very reason. Because, like, I don't know, I don't know what it is with Nintendo, and it's so weird because, like, a lot of, correct me if I'm wrong, because, you know, I haven't played all of the Mario games, but don't most of the Mario games take place in wildly different locations? Like, they're not always at Peach's castle, like in Mario 64. Like, there's all these different places, like Yoshi's Island. There's freaking Mario Galaxy where you're going to different planets. How come Mario goes to so many... Like, doesn't he go to New York City? Like, how come Mario goes to so many places across the world and multiple worlds, and yet Star Fox is stuck in one star system, and Link can't seem to leave Hyrule. Almost never leaves Hyrule, except in a few specific cases. It's so weird to me. Like, I don't know. I don't know why they're so hell-bent on, like, doing the same, like, locations over and over again in those particular series. Even Metroid, you go to quite a few different planets. It's not, like, every game isn't on Zebus. Like, there's the planet that starts with SR and all the numbers. Like, there's Talon... Was it Talon 4 in the Prime games? Like, in Metroid, you go to different planets all over the galaxy. Why the fucking Star Fox, dude? In F-Zero, you go to a bunch of different planets. Like, how come you're stuck in the... Sorry, I'm in rant mode now. I apologize. I'm, like, losing my temper. But how come in Star Fox you're fucking stuck in the Lylat system in every game? They're mercenaries. They should be getting hired all over the galaxy. God, it pisses me off now. And there's no excuse for Zelda because they actually have had a few Zelda games set in places other than Hyrule. Like Majora's Mask, the Oracle games were not in Hyrule. I feel like there's another one I'm forgetting about. Someone in the audience. Well, Link's Awakening. That's on the Dream Island. Spoilers. And those are usually the better games in the series too. So I just. Ugh. Sorry. Now my millennial personality is showing where I have to like get mad and criticize like video games and stuff. See, Azavad, isn't Termina an alternate reality to Hyrule? It's not really clear in the game what exactly Termina is. If you read the little manual that came with the game, though, it says something along the lines of when the goddesses created Hyrule, their magic seeped through the cracks in the world and created Termina. So it's kind of implied that Termina is like this unintentional byproduct of... the creation process of the world that never really goes into detail, but it's not like an alternate reality of Hyrule. It's really weird because the geography is nothing like Hyrule, the culture is nothing like Hyrule. The only thing that's like Hyrule is characters there physically look like people that Link knew in Hyrule, but it's, I don't know. We'll probably never get a clear-cut answer. The only clue really is that little blurb from the manual. There's people that think it's Link in Purgatory and that he's dead, and I kind of liked that idea, that like it's some kind of like a like afterlife purgatory, that you know that Link died and now he's like stuck in the same looping 3 days until he resolves, you know, his trauma or whatever. But I don't think that's what they intended. The reality is they had to make a game in like a year, and to save time and money, they reused models from Ocarina of Time and just changed the names of the characters. That's really the reality of that situation. And if they had more time and money, they probably would have made entirely new models for all the characters. But I don't know for certain. I do have a connection to someone that worked on Majora's Mask, though. I could probably ask them and maybe get a little bit of insight. But I don't know if they'll answer me, but maybe I should ask them. Like, was there any... If you guys had more time, would you've made, like, a bunch of new characters and not just reused, you know, assets from Ocarina of Time? I have a feeling they would have, because there are a bunch of new characters in that game that aren't in Ocarina of Time, so I don't know what Termina is actually supposed to be exactly. Anima's made a comment where it's like it's kind of like a train station in between different places, which kind of gives me Sigil vibes from you know, Planescape. You know, I don't know if any of you are familiar with Planescape, the kind of donut city that's in between all the different worlds in Planescape. So Termina kind of gives me those vibes based on that comment from Anima, but I don't know. We'll probably never know for certain. If I remember right, the Hyrule Encyclopedia just says that Termina is a dream that the Skull Kid made. So, I don't know. Okay, now let's make this indented a little bit, because that is where the window is. That'll probably be the final weak point on this boss. Just shooting at the bridge with Shears in it. Design flaw. I can imagine someone pointing out to like a Sharpclaw engineer, but the bridge is completely exposed. But and then the Sharpclaw engineer is like, but I need to look out over everything. We have like TV monitors that can do that, but I can't see everything out the window. If I do. I can just imagine a Sharpclaw like arguing with someone over why the bridge needs to be completely exposed to enemy fire. Because he can't see out the window if he doesn't do it. Sharpclaw logic. Nice. Okay, I think I've got kind of like a rough box of the bridge there. It needs a little bit of work, but... So I'll probably do the neck and then add a little detail to this, and then I'll probably wrap up the stream. Let's see how long I've been going. 3.5 hours. This might end up actually being my my longest stream I've done. I see Gagnatar answering the Metroid Planet question. Yeah, SR388, that was it. And then in Metroid Fusion, it takes place on that that research station. So yeah, the Metroid games take place all over the place. The Mario games, you go to all kinds of places. I don't know why Star Fox and Zelda are stuck in like the same few locations over and over again. It's just really weird to me. Let's see, imagine a game where you can travel the entire world to save it. I guess you save entire planets in Metroid. Unless you were talking about Zelda in particular. Let's see, hot take. Sensors can be jammed and malfunction. I can understand why they design bridges on spaceships the way they do. I guess it depends on the series. If you're talking about Star Trek, their sensors are always like down on the bottom, like far away from the bridge. Star Wars, there's a lot of variety into where bridges are. Like the Millennium Falcon's bridge is just freaking sitting out on the side. It's really weird. But I don't know, personally, this is why I like Babylon 5 so much, is a lot of the, with a few exceptions, the bridges and a lot of the ships in Babylon 5, they're like inside like the core of the ships. I know on the Babylon 5 station itself, the control center is right at the front, which is kind of exposed, although there's that one episode where they get into a combat situation and like all these blast doors and stuff like completely seal off and close the bridge of Babylon 5, so at least there's a contingency plan for that. They they really thought out the design of all the crafts in Babylon 5. It's really awesome. If no one's seen Babylon 5, go watch it. It's really good. It's on Amazon Prime, and I think it's free on Tubi right now. It's so good. It like keeps getting brought up lately, like from multiple people, and it just...
I just watched the whole thing again.
Yeah, my fiance just watched the whole thing again like a week ago. It's Babylon 5, so good. Talk about something that was completely overlooked in the 90s. I don't know what I'm doing with this back here.
Yep.
Huh?
Doctor Who would say that Termina is a pocket dimension.
Probably. Now in Doctor Who, there's no excuses for the bridges being exposed because they got TARDIS technology, or they could just make everything bigger on the inside. So. Oh, Doctor Who. I think Doctor Who is probably the one series that I got really into really quickly, and then I burned out like just as quickly. Like, I discovered Doctor Who like 15 years ago. I watched as much as possible in the span of only a few months, and then I was so burned out I've never watched it again. Except for I've watched a few of the Christmas specials here and there, but I burned out on Doctor. I gorged myself on Doctor Who so much so quickly that I kind of ruined it for myself. Anyway, let me make the neck connecting the bridge. And I think I will actually extrude here instead of making it separate. Poor Doctor Who. For those wondering, I think my favorite Doctor is probably William Hartnell. Sorry to sound like a boomer again. I really like the... I think the first episode of Doctor Who from the 60s is really shockingly good, because there's almost nothing from the 60s I like. I take that back. There's a few things from the 60s. Obviously, I love Star Trek. That was from the 60s. A lot of my favorite Western movies are from the 60s. But that first episode of Doctor Who, I don't... Is it called An Earthly Child? Or Unearthly... I don't know why I'm forgetting the name of it. That is such a good introduction for a show that old. And I really like William Hartnell, like his version. I like how that version of the Doctor just curses too, and just calls Susan a shithead at one point. I mean, he's got stuff in his mouth, so you can't tell what he's saying exactly, but you can tell he's like cursing out Susan. He's just like such a crotchety old man. I don't know. I like that version the best, probably. Unearthly Child, that was it. Yeah. That's such a good intro for a show in the 60s. Yeah, even the pilot episode for Star Trek isn't as good as Unearthly Child. Both pilots of Star Trek are really rough. There's a lot of stuff in the 70s I don't like, although one of my favorite sci-fi shows is from the 70s, and no, it's not Star Wars. Although I do like Star Wars, but... really, it was really in the 80s that sci-fi stuff really started. Not just sci-fi, but like a lot of genres really started to kind of solidify and kind of like just pushed everything and just like really kind of evolved, for lack of a better term. And then the 90s, you don't really see a lot of that pushing. It's more like refinement. A lot of things were kind of refined in the 90s. And then you have like this brief splurge at the very end of the 90s and the early 2000s where they're going crazy with all this new technology. That was when CGI really started to take off. And then after like 2005, it just all starts to turn to gray mush. Everything starts to standardize and everything starts to feel the same. And now a lot of movies and TV shows are kind of just the same-ish. Even the good ones. But yeah, before the 80s, like, there's definitely a lot of good stuff from before the 80s, but there's a lot of garbage shows and movies from before the 80s, too. There's a lot. especially in the 70s. I don't know what it is about the 70s. There's a lot of movies that just in the 70s that just like there's a lot of movies in the 70s that are just hard to watch. I don't know what it is about them. They have like this kind of like just ugly, dirty feeling to them that isn't even in 60s movies. It's really hard to articulate. Like there's like this nastiness that's not really sincere in a lot of 70s movies. Unlike the 80s where you have a lot of that kind of like grittiness in a lot of 80s movies, but it feels a little bit more sincere. And it's kind of hard. It's really hard to put into words. I've never really thought about it for longer than a few minutes, but that, I don't know why I smoothed those edges. I want them to stay like that. Oh, I know why I smoothed them. Okay, it's because of this in the middle here. Hear the cat meowing. Probably want some attention. There we go. Now I fixed that. Okay, that neck actually seems really thin. Yeah, this bridge is such a vulnerable spot on this ship. I know where I'd shoot. Let's see. Older series have had a habit of having rough starts. Practically all of... Yeah. The first two seasons, especially the first season of TNG, is so bad. But it's so funny. I really, really, really love the first season of TNG because of how awkward it is. I would disagree with DS9, though. I think DS9 actually has a really good first season. DS9 in general is really well done. The first season of Voyager is really garbage. I don't really like Voyager that much in general, though. And the first season of Voyager is so boring. Like, I don't know. Voyager just... I don't know. But first season of Enterprise is okay. There's a few really terrible episodes in the first season of Enterprise, but there's a lot of really good episodes in the first season of Enterprise, too. So that one's a really mixed bag. But yeah, the first season of TNG is really funny. In the pilot episode of TNG, when they're doing the saucer separation, I still remember when I first watched the pilot episode when it was coming on. I remember there's the scene when they're about to do the saucer separation. My father and I are sitting there watching, and then Picard says, "Prepare for saucer supper." And we look at each other and we're like, what? Did he just... What? And, we couldn't rewind, so when we got it on DVD years later, we got to that part, and we kept rewinding it. And yeah, Patrick Stewart, he doesn't say prepare for saucer separation. He says prepare for saucer supper. And, they went with that take, and it's so funny. He's like, prepare for saucer supper. And, he's got his British accent and everything, so I'm just imagining, is he saying it's tea time? What? It's so weird, and there's so much just... God, the first season is so bad. It's so funny. God, and then the episode when Riker goes to the planet that's run by Bonnie from Knight Rider, that episode is... That one's hard to watch, but it's so funny. What other? Oh, and then of course Code of Honor. Who can forget Code of Honor for the? I take back everything I said. The first season of TNG is the best thing ever made. It's so bad it transcends itself. For those of... Actually, there's a really... Just to show, how crazy the behind the scenes was in the first season of TNG. In the episode Code of Honor, for those of you who haven't seen it, there's, this jungle gym thing in it that's made out of, fluorescent, neon lights that Yar and Yarina are fighting on. And the actress that plays Yarina, the safety checks when making the show were like non-existent. So she grabbed one of the phosphorus lights with her hand, and it burst in her hand, and it like shredded her hand, and they had to take her to the hospital because they were so like everything behind the scenes was so like, what's the word I'm looking for? They were trying to cut corners and save money, and there was just all kinds of wacky shenanigans going on behind the scenes that there was like no safety checks. So yeah, like they built a jungle gym out of phosphorus neon lights that they had to fight on with blunt instruments and swords and stuff. And oddly enough, it wasn't one of those that shattered them. It was one of the actresses grabbing onto it, and it exploded in her hand. They should have kept that scene in the episode. That would have been interesting to see. But everyone who made that episode was so embarrassed that they were... I remember the actress that, Denise Crosby, she said in an interview, like, she couldn't believe that episode even aired. Like, when they were seeing, like, the test prints of it and they were reading the script, they're like, there's no way they're going to air this episode. There's no way. And it did! And Code of Honor to this day remains one of the greatest embarrassments ever put on TV. I recommend watching it because it's so bad. Like, you'll be like, how did this ever get put on TV? How did this get past censors? And that's just one example from the first season of TNG. It's such a wild show, that first season. The second season is definitely much better, but there's still a lot of, I would say, stinker or boring episodes in the second season of TNG. But overall, it's not nearly as wacky. Like, there's not a lot of episodes with really batshit insane premises, like the planet with the Edo planet in the first season, which is still one of my first memories of Star Trek, sadly, is the Edo planet. And then the third season of TNG, just right off the bat, like, the leap in quality is insane. They'd fired all of the writers and a lot of the staff, and they got a whole new staff to run the show, and it just was instantly way better. Anyway, I think I'm done with the boxing of this. I'm trying to think if... I guess I'll add the little dome on the top, and then I might call it... I might end the stream after that. Maybe I'll answer a few questions. I feel like I've really let myself get distracted by the chat, and I haven't really done much on the bridge, but I need an edge loop here. And then I'm going to actually have a triangle on this model. Ooh. Going to do something a little bit different and have a triangle. Let me straighten these out first. Before I extrude all of that, just so that the topology isn't all too weird. I know this is a Sharp Claw. I know Sharp Claw's built this craft, but you're not going to actually see the topology in game, and I will, and it'll make it easier to unwrap. So I'm going to try and keep the topology as clean as possible. Okay, there we go. And then I will do this. Extrude a little bit. Oh, why? Oh, there we go. Like, what are you doing, Maya? Hey, let me save it, because Maya hasn't crashed yet, so she's probably going to crash any minute now. I've gone almost 3 hours without her crashing, which is really good. At the same time, I haven't done anything too crazy while making this model, so it's probably improved the odds of Maya not crashing. I can guarantee you, though, if I keep doing these streams where I'm modeling stuff, it's only a matter of time before Maya crashes in the middle of a stream. It's a ticking time bomb. In fact, last Tuesday, there was a Windows update. And this wasn't Maya's fault, but there was a Windows update. And my computer blue screened right after the update. Like, it did the update, and then I was working in Maya, and the whole computer blue screened. And I'm pretty sure it was because of that Windows update. So there's a possibility that my computer will just blue screen in the middle of a stream if it's like on a day after a Windows update. And then it blue screened about 5 minutes after I restarted the computer, but it hasn't done it since, so I don't know what that was all about. That was really weird. I'm certain those blue screens were because of that Windows update from Tuesday, though. But I don't know for certain. Alright, now I know someone suggested making the dome an octagon, but I think I'm going to make it an actual dome. My gut kind of says I shouldn't, because like even on the Venom turrets, they're not cylinders. One of the principles of Venom's design is there's no round or circular parts. I stuck with angles and cubes and stuff, kind of to set them apart from the aesthetics of other different ships. Although I'm immediately thinking of one exception, and it wasn't something I did. It was something they did in Star Fox Zero that I liked, that I carried over. But on the Dorsby cruisers in Star Fox Zero, their turrets are on giant balls, and I kind of liked the way that looked. So the Dorsby cruisers in Event Horizon, they also have those giant ball turrets. So there is one exception I already have where a Venom ship has a round bit of architecture. So I think I will make a second exception here, and I'll have the little dome on the top that you shoot at. Why did it put the sphere way down there? So I'll put a little sphere up here. Let's see. Don't want it. Actually, how big is it on the inside? Okay, it's not that big, so probably about there. That's a good place to be. All right. Okay. I am probably going to add more stuff behind the bridge. You know what? Maybe I'll do that really quickly before I end the stream. I was going to stop modeling there, but I think I'm going to add just some stuff back behind the bridge back here. And then I'll add a few more little details on here. Oops, didn't mean to do that. I'll raise that a little bit. And extrude that. I feel like there should be something on the back here. I know what to do. I know what to add to the back there. I know what'll look kind of cool. At least to me, anyway. So let's delete this, and then select this. And then extrude. And why are you not centering? That was weird. There we go, now it's centering. And I'm going to do this, kind of like a fin sort of thing. Whoops, that is, oh, that's why. Get rid of that down there. And bring this down. And bring this in. Because I don't want that to be all funky, so I'll do that. Oh, that too. It's too high up there, so let me lower it. Actually, no, I want this to be up higher, actually. I want that to go into the dome. So yeah, I'm gonna delete that. And I did something funky, but whatever. I'll just do a double extrude, and then I'll manually stitch it all back together. Yeah. I'll have to bring it all the way up here. Alright, and then let's merge all of this. Let's get rid of that, and 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 that. And then let's merge all of these. And merge you. Let me merge to center, actually. Okay. That's what I wanted to do. Yeah. Kind of like the Excelsior from Star Trek. The Excelsior's got that little thing going on with behind its bridge. Or is it the Excelsior? Let me double check. I'm pretty sure the Excelsior has that thing going on behind it. I should know this. Excelsior. What the hell? My browser's being weird. Do you want us to know your location? No. Okay, yeah, the Excelsior's got that going behind the bridge. Yeah, that's where I got the idea from. Alright. Alright, cool. Yeah. Alright, really cool. Well, I finished like a tenth of the Zeram. It'll probably take me a few more days to finish it. I don't know if I'll live stream myself finishing the whole thing, because I do want to get it done in a timely manner, and it does seem like with the live stream going, I definitely work much slower. But that's a pretty good, that's not bad for 2.5 hours to 3 hours. It's not that bad. I probably would have gotten at least the wings done if I wasn't doing, if I wasn't getting sidetracked by the chat. So I don't know, let me look around before I decide. I definitely want to add more detail on here. Yeah, I need to add those things. I need to do the wings. I need to do the engines and the giant mass driver gun on the bottom. Gonna probably need to do more with the hangar bay, but I don't know. I think that's a pretty nice little start. I might put something more like this over here, maybe on the side there. But that, I think, is a good place to wrap up for today. So maybe I'll answer a few more questions, and then I'm going to go take a little break, and then I'll probably try and do more of this later tonight, and hopefully I'll have it done in like 2 or 3 days. Sometime in the next few days, I will be doing another live stream, though, about the little miniatures. I don't know if anyone from the start of the stream is even still here, but at the start of the stream, I mentioned there's going to be little miniature ships, that like little 3D prints that we're making as a free reward for high tier patrons. So I'm going to get some of those from the supplier sometime, hopefully in just the next few days. They're coming from Canada, though, so they might get delayed, because I know there's been the whole postal strike there and everything. So the live stream might be later than sooner, but when those get here, I'm going to do a live stream showing those and whatnot. And then whenever the second plushie is ready, I'm going to do a live stream with Estelle on that. I don't know when that's going to launch exactly. Before June, I know that. But watch, it'll be like the last day of May that it launches. But yeah, actually, I think I still have the image here. I'll show you for those that weren't here at the start, I'll show you guys the 3D prints. Yeah, I still have it over here. Bring it up to the top. Or at least the prototypes of the 3D prints. They're not complete yet, but they're looking pretty good and pretty detailed. But so yeah, the first ones we experimented with are Crystal's R-Wing, a Sharp Claw Fighter, and the Adventure's R-Wing. But our plan right now is every quarter of the year we're going to release a series of 3 of them. We haven't really decided on the order yet. I do know the first legitimate 3 are going to be the 3 main versions of the R-Wing, the 64 Adventures and Assault R-Wing. And then, eventually I'll release, Crystal's R-Wing and, the Sharp Claw one in a different pack. Although, for the patrons we already have at the moment, they'll probably get these 3 ones, because we're kind of like testing the waters with them right now. But this is something that's a bit risky, obviously. You know, we might get shut down because of it, so we don't know, and we don't even know if patrons are actually interested in this. If you guys are actually interested in this stuff, let me know so we can kind of gauge, because we don't want to like make hundreds and hundreds of different ships and then like, oh, only 5 people want them. It would be a waste for because I'm being sponsored to do this, and I don't want him to waste all of his time and money and not get much out of it. So we're kind of testing the waters with the current patrons with these 3 designs here. But if it works out, we're gonna do a whole line for like the next few years as a reward for all the high tier patrons, and medium tier patrons will be able to get these at a discount. So that'll be cool. And then if you want these but you don't really care about the game, they will be available at a store just at a much later point down the road after they've been on the Patreon for a while. And there's going to be certain ones that are exclusive to the Patreon that you won't be able to get after. And I think Crystal Zarwing's going to be one of them. Sorry guys, Crystal Zarwing's going to be a unique Patreon only one, but if you guys like this idea, they're gonna have primer on them too, so they'll be ready for you guys to paint if you guys want. I haven't painted model kits or miniatures in over 20 years, so it's gonna be fun getting some paint and painting some stuff again. I don't think I have a space to do paint though. I'm gonna need to figure out where to set up a little space to do that. But anyway, so that's probably the next really big thing that's going to happen in the next several weeks. But yeah, I think that's it for today. I think I'm gonna end the stream there. Put a little bookmark and Control S before Maya crashes. That would be perfect if Maya crashes right before I exit Maya, but she didn't crash. Anyway, I guess, I'll just put that in the background so it doesn't look boring. I'll answer a few questions and then I'm going to head out. So let me look at the chat. Anyway, let's see. Let me scroll up a little bit. Let's go back to where I was talking about Star Trek. I'm kind of curious to see if any of you guys have actually seen the first season of TNG. Oh yeah, Crystal Kingdom. There are a lot of real stinker episodes in the original series too. I really like the original series though. Like even some of the lesser episodes I think are pretty decent. I don't know what it is. There's something about like the look of that show, like the kind of 60s lighting and aesthetic that just really kind of gets me, because there's not a lot of sci-fi like that. The closest thing you have, I guess, is Lost in Space. But to me, even the Lost in Space in the 60s, it wasn't as good as Star Trek was in the 60s. In the 70s, they kind of transitioned away from that 60s sci-fi aesthetic, and I don't know. I really kind of like the aesthetic of the original series, and every time it showed up in the later shows was always just so cool. Like the one episode where they find Scotty like stuck in the transporter for like 70 years or whatever, and he's wandering around the Enterprise in that time, and all the technology is way more advanced or whatever, and then he finds his way to the holodeck and he recreates the Enterprise from the 60s, and like that scene is so good. And just, seeing Picard like go into the old Enterprise in the holodeck, that was just such a really cool scene. And it had been so long since they'd had that aesthetic in any Star Trek thing. And then the DS9 episode when they go back in time to the 1960s Star Trek, that episode is really awesome. I don't know, I really like that 60s aesthetic, and it's kind of one of the reasons like I have a hard time watching the new Star Trek show, because they completely ditched that whole aesthetic. And, I know their reasoning. They're like, oh, it looks too corny and cheesy for modern audiences. And I'm like, I don't know. I have a feeling if you made a modern show that looked like that exact aesthetic from the 1960s, I think the novelty of it would be so weird that people would go out of their way to watch it. Like, I really think they're underestimating the audience that a show that looks like it was made with the aesthetic of that time period, I think it would draw in a lot of people. So yeah, TOS does have a few pretty crappy episodes though. There's Spock's brain. Everyone knows about Spock's brain, but that to me actually isn't the worst episode. I think Spock's brain is pretty funny. Yeah, someone mentioned the giant cat episode in the original series. That episode's pretty bad. There's an episode where Kirk and Spock face a giant cat in the original series, and it's a Halloween episode. It's so bad. Let's see. TNG started out really weird. Q pretty much carried it. Yeah, the first season of TNG is so bad. I think it was Rich Evans who said the first season of TNG, it was a show made in the 80s using abandoned script ideas from a show made in the 1960s, being written by a bunch of writers who grew up in the 1930s. It's such a weird... That first season of TNG is so bad, but it's so funny, though. Like, I don't know. I love the first season of TNG because it's so funny and so weird. Let's see what other questions you guys have. Or is that it? Am I going to head out now? Lucky Black says, Star Fox is one of those series like Zelda I really loved. Yeah, me too. Star Fox and Zelda were my two favorite Nintendo series. Metroid's kind of in third place, but it's like a distant third place. And I also really liked F-Zero back in the day, because back in the late 90s and early 2000s, like racing games, I loved racing games. Like the Star Wars pod racing game was... It probably still is one of my favorite games. That was like my favorite game when it came out. And then I kind of drifted away from racing games. Probably because they stopped making F-Zero. But yeah, Star Fox and Zelda were always my two favorite. And again, depending on the day of the week or my mood, I would say one is better than the other. Let's see. Green Rob asks, I'm curious if you plan on making true endings in Star Fox Event Horizon. Yes, there's going to be one true ending to the game. I'm not doing a command with 9 endings. Even though I've said it before, I actually don't mind the fact that there's a bunch of different endings in command. Like, that game came out, I think, the same year as Mass Effect, so the branching multiple endings thing was really popular at the time, and I don't really mind the idea that there's multiple endings. I think the problem with Command is a lot of the endings are really weird. And that's supposed to be the last Star Fox game. So it feels like there's no real closure at all. And most of the endings involve the team just kind of going their separate ways and being mad at each other. It's just a really weird way to end Star Fox. Obviously, it kind of was the end of Star Fox, even though they made 0. So yeah, there's going to be like one concise ending to Star Fox Event Horizon. Is there a Discord server? Do you mean my Discord server? I do have a patron Discord server. I might make it public and just make some of the channels patron only. I don't want to make sure that the patrons are okay with it so that they feel like they're not getting, cheated out of anything. I do have a private server though for if you join as like the lowest tier patron, you can get into the Discord, but I might make a public section in it, like just one channel that the public can go into that has like announcements and stuff, or where people can maybe ask me some questions or whatnot. But at the moment it's patron only, but I'll think about it. I'll think about opening up some small sections of it to the public. And if that does happen, I will announce it. So just, I don't know, we'll see. Yeah, it looks like a bunch of people actually left when I said I was done, so I'll wait around another minute to see if there's any questions. Otherwise, I'll get off. Wow, I'm really far ahead of everyone. Or I guess I'm really far ahead of YouTube. This might be the biggest delay between me and YouTube ever. I think it's almost a whole minute. Or did everyone already leave and just no one's asking questions? Alright, well, I'm not seeing any questions come through, so I guess I'll probably end the stream there. So, since no one's sending any more questions, or it's just so delayed that they're going to show up after I say goodbye, hope you guys enjoyed the stream. Oh, wait, that one guy says he has one question, so I'll wait for him to ask his question, and then I'll shut everything down. Say, Green Rob, this is really good to know, and also with your games with the final missions, yeah, it's gonna have just one ending. The events that kind of lead to it are because I have all the branching paths, but my kind of thinking is how it was in 64, where even though there's a bunch of different branching paths, you're kind of mentally just supposed to like blend them together and kind of like piece them together, sort of that way. And I kind of like that approach. I think it's a pretty interesting approach that I haven't really seen in any other games, where I know there's technically the two different endings in 64 and there's the real ending, but really the endings are the same. One of them just shows Andross's face. One of them's just more blatant about the fact that Andross might not be dead. But in Star Fox 64, I kind of get the impression that like even though there's like all these different paths, like they kind of, or you're supposed to mentally blend them all in together and kind of like piece together something, and that's kind of the approach I've taken with what I'm doing. Silver Fox, I'm going until that one guy asked the questions. He says he got one above. Okay, never mind. He must have asked this question further back. I was waiting for him to type a question before I went, because he said he still had one. Okay, is it that one guy? Is it the question about their criminal records? I also really want to ask what is on the Star Fox crew's criminal records. Well, I won't spoil all of them, but I will say that Falco is guilty of Grand Theft Auto. Multiple accounts of Grand Theft Auto for Falco. Gagnatar is asking, is there a way we can get these pre-painted? I'll ask the supplier, but he'll probably say he can't do those for free. So that's I could be wrong. He might say sure he'll paint them, but he'll probably say that if you want one painted, it won't be free. But I'll ask him. I know he was in the chat earlier, but he left, so I don't think he's here now. I'll ask him the question later when he's on, but that's my guess. Is he'll say if you want them painted, he can't give them away for free in the high tier. But I don't know, maybe he will. The plan at the moment is to release them with a coat of primer so that they can be painted, though. But if you know anything about painting like miniatures, the paint is... I mean, there's places you can get the paints for cheap, but a lot of the painting stuff is overpriced. Unless you don't buy it from Games Workshop. Which I don't buy the painting stuff from Games Workshop. I have a local place around here I'd go to, but... Alright, there, I answered that one guy's question, or at least part of it. So I'm going to end the stream there. Anyway, that might be the longest stream I've ever done. We went over 4 hours, and it doesn't feel like it at all. I think before this, the longest stream I did was like a 3.5 hour one with Deox, but man, I can't believe I did a 4-hour stream. Anyway, in another 20 hours, I'll have that model done. Alright, I hope you guys enjoyed it, and I hope you all have a good one, and there'll probably be a stream about these miniatures or the plushie in the next several weeks, so hopefully I'll have the Volcano Force Point level done in the next week or two. I'm hoping I can get it done before the end of March, but I don't know. We'll see. Anyway, you guys have a good one. After I find the button that ends the live stream, I'm having an Estelle moment where I can't find the hang up button. Where is it? There it is. Alright, see you guys.